Good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m. and we'll get started in just a couple of minutes. Up on the screen right now are just some logistics for our Zoom meeting this morning. We'll leave them up there for a couple minutes as the last people join. Take a minute to read them. This is our first time doing this kickoff meeting in a virtual format. We live streamed it last year, but this year, obviously, we're entirely virtual. So instructions on how to unmute yourself when we take questions and call on you are on the screen. We're going to ask that people use the raise their hand functions either on your computer or on your phone. *9 on your phone will raise your hand, and we'll keep track of the hands when we get to the question parts of the agenda this morning and call on people individually, unmute them to let them ask their questions. There is a chat function in Zoom. If you're having technical issues, please use that button and we'll help you through those. If you try to ask questions of presenters, they will not get answered down there. We'll use the raise hand feature and call on people for questions when we get to that part of the agenda. So please save the chat for technical questions so we can try to help you if you're having connectivity issues with the meeting. With that, it's a minute or two after 9, so I'm going to suggest we go ahead and get started. We have a number of WDFW staff on the line. We're not going to do our normal introductions, pass around the room like we would if we were all together. But I'm Kyle Addix. I'm the Intergovernmental Salmon Manager for the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. We're here for our annual statewide salmon forecast meeting, sort of our kickoff for the North of Falcon process. I'm glad to see we've got a big crowd online, and thanks for joining us. We'll work our way through this morning. Leah Snyder is with our admin staff and is helping with some of the meeting logistics, including the advanced slide button, Leah. So if you could go to the next slide, we'll get started with our agenda for today. So it's a pretty typical agenda for this meeting. I'm going to give a little introduction and talk a little bit about what North of Falcon is and how we set salmon seasons. Kelly Cunningham, the fish program director, is going to talk a little bit about how we got through COVID with some of our annual functions like mass marking. Then we're going to get into the meat of the morning, the salmon forecast. We'll have a number of staff presenting first the environmental outlook for this year and then going through individual stock forecast for the different areas of the state. We're thinking that'll take about an hour and a half. From there, we'll move into a director's office update. We have Tom McBride, our legislative lead, with an update. We're going to have Jeff Davis from the director's office talk about habitat. And then we have our director and a couple of our tribal co-managers joining us to make some comments. From there, which we think will be about noon, we'll break into our usual regional discussion sessions, Puget Sound Recreational, Ocean and Coastal, and Puget Sound Commercial. Hopefully, when you all registered for the webinar this morning, you picked which region you wanted to be in. When we go to breakouts, you should be automatically put into the right breakout, but we will have people available to help you. If you don't wind up in the right room, we can make sure to get you there. So with that, I'm just going to kick off with a little bit about what North of Falcon is and how we set salmon seasons. Most of you that are here know what North of Falcon is, but a quick summary for any new people joining us. North of Falcon is the annual cooperative process we use to set salmon seasons in Washington state waters. And the name refers to the waters north of Oregon's Cape Falcon, which is the southern border of where most of our Washington stocks migrate. And it's one component of a larger season setting process that involves a whole bunch of different forums at the state, national, and international level. This is just a timeline of the North of Falcon process. The writing's pretty small on my screen, but there's an expanded version of this on the website you can take a look at. But the process starts every January and February as WDFW and our tribal co-managers develop our salmon run forecast for the upcoming year. Those are usually finalized in February. That leads to this late February meeting each year where we tell you what those forecasts are and start talking about what fisheries might look like for the upcoming year. We quickly move from that into the Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting. The PFMC sets fishing seasons in federal waters off the coast of Washington, Oregon, and California. And we work through that process with state, tribal, and federal fishery managers to start developing alternatives for ocean fishing. Through the month of March, we continue work with constituents on the ocean fisheries and inside fisheries and try to develop seasons that will meet all of our conservation objectives based on the preseason forecast for the year, and start developing draft regulations for fishing seasons through that process. It all kind of comes to an end at the April Pacific Fishery Management Council, where the council adopts their final recommended regulations for ocean fisheries, and we finish off developing the inside seasons that will match those ocean fisheries and meet all of our objectives. For Puget Sound fisheries, NMFS goes through an approval process to get ESA authorization for the fisheries that usually we receive by sometime in early May. And then in May and June, WDFW finishes off our Administrative Procedure Act process, adopting the seasons that we've developed into state rule and the Washington Administrative Code. Next slide, Leah. So what guides North of Falcon? We have to weigh a lot of factors when we develop our salmon seasons, including Endangered Species Act constraints. We have a number of ESA listed species around the state that need a high level of protection to make sure that we don't further contribute to the decline of those species. We have policies set by our Fish and Wildlife Commission that we have to follow as we develop seasons. The map on the right side of the screen sort of shows the different forums we have to work in. At the international level, the Pacific Salmon Commission is involved in fishery management from Southeast Alaska down into Oregon. We have obligations under the Pacific Salmon Treaty for how we impact Canada's stocks and how Canada impacts our stocks. So we have to be aware of what's going on with fishery planning in Southeast Alaska and Canada. Tribal co-management plays a huge role in what we do, both out in the ocean and in our inside waters. Washington's treaty tribes manage their own fisheries. We share data and share harvest with the tribes and have to work closely with them in developing seasons. And we have an extensive monitoring and evaluation of fisheries statewide. So we set these seasons, but then we have to go out, monitor them, see how they're performing compared to our expectations, and adjust them in season as necessary. Next slide, Leah. So this is our public meeting schedule for 2021. This is also available on the website. It's kind of in that timeline view of the previous slide, but it's got the list of meetings. You can click on any of the meetings and get details to the Zoom links and phone numbers for each. We started last night with the Willapa Bay Grays Harbor forecast meeting. Today, we're here for the statewide forecast meeting. As I mentioned, we move quickly from that into the Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting starting on March 2nd. Then on March 16th, we have our first of our North of Falcon meetings. We have both meetings with the tribes on days at that meeting and days with the public. March 17th, we'll have a Willapa Bay fisheries discussion as well as a Columbia River fisheries discussion. Next slide, Leah. March 23rd, we'll have a Puget Sound recreational fisheries discussion. Also that evening, we'll have a public hearing on the ocean salmon management options that were developed by the Pacific Fishery Management Council. March 24th, another Grays Harbor fisheries discussion. The 25th, another Puget Sound rec discussion. And then March 31st is what we call North of Falcon 2. It's our final big meeting before we head back to the April Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting, a number of other regional meetings in early April, and then the final PFMC meeting, April 6th through 15th, where final decisions on fishing seasons will be on the table. One of the nice things about virtual meetings is those meetings typically go through weekends, but the council will not be meeting on weekends during the March or April meetings this year. Next slide, Leah. So there's a whole bunch of information on our website at this address. When we're meeting in person, there's a table full of handouts at the door where you can pick up details on forecasts and such. Those are all posted to our website now. So encourage you to go to that website. If you can multitask while you're watching the Zoom meeting, those handouts are all there for you to look into some of the details that staff will be going through as we walk through forecasts. with that, I know we've faced a lot of challenges throughout the pandemic over the past year or so. We started our North of Falcon process last year, meeting in person, quickly had to adapt to a virtual meeting world, but we had a whole lot of other stuff going on. Our normal hatchery operations, mass marking, fishery monitoring, escapement work out in the field that we all had to adapt quickly. But Kelly Cunningham, the fish program director, is here to talk a little bit about how we dealt with mass marking in particular during the pandemic.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Can you hear me all right?
We can.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Just to reiterate what Kyle said, appreciate everybody taking the time to be here today and participate in this meeting. And as Kyle mentioned, and as you all probably have been living with as well, 2020 was one for the record books for sure. We had a lot of impacts to the work that we do. We were initially tasked with deciding what was essential work as a result of the governor's executive order, and what could we put off, and then as things loosened up, what can we add? And the constant through all of that was hatchery operations. Our hatchery folks, worked night and day throughout the entire spring to get those fish mass marked. And in case you're not aware, every year we mass mark and or tag between 140 and 160 million fish. So it's no easy task. It's work that's done in a very short time frame. We've got crews that travel around the state to get this work done. And it was an effort that I was, and a lot of us were really proud of within the department. You can imagine that we've got these mass marking trailers with 10, 12 people shoulder to shoulder on a normal year, clipping and tagging fish. Well, we couldn't do it that way. We had to limit the number of people that were in our trailers. And as a result, we were virtually working around the clock. On a normal year, it'd be a 10, 12-hour day. We were working around the clock to get these fish marked and tagged. And with regard to the WDFW production and the fish that we're responsible for marking and tagging, with the exception of a small lot, we were able to get it all done. And the only reason we weren't able to get the whole thing across the finish line was we were faced with a restriction, a county restriction that didn't allow us to get a marking trailer on a ferry and over to our Garrison Springs, over to the Garrison Springs facility to mass mark those longmove the kingfish. Other than that, again, super proud of all the work that was done. And, I know it's something that was on a lot of people's minds during the initial stages of COVID, the COVID pandemic last spring. I myself fielded numerous calls, probably from some of you on this call today, expressing your concern and, are we going to get this done? And if we don't get it done, what's it going to mean for mark selected fisheries moving forward? And we got it done. And I think we've got a short video that we put together in conjunction with some folks from the community that expressed the appreciation to our hatchery folks. So Leah, do we have that queued up?
Yes, just a second. I am.
Let's go ahead and show that to folks.
Thank you.
Can folks see that?
Hi, I'm Greg Williams, a member of the Oversight Committee for the Puget Sound Recreational Fishery Enhancement Fund. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Marking Division for all their hard work on the past few months in marking hatchery fish so we have fish to fish on in the coming years. A lot of personal sacrifice, long hours, perseverance, and dedication were required to get through all this, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you so much, and I hope you all have a great summer.
All right, we have a saying, Coho puts butts in boats, and hatchery fish are absolutely the most important thing to the coastal communities, and you guys do a great job. Keep up the great work and produce more hatchery fish, my friends. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, hatchery workers. The orcas appreciate you. Hello, Dave Knuson with Northwest Marine Technology and a member of the Puget Sound Recreational Fishery Enhancement Oversight Committee. This is Take 900. When you do these videos, you sound silly, you look silly, but the message remains the same. The message is of thanks. Thank you to the marking and tagging crew. To get the fish all marked and tagged during the COVID-19 pandemic is phenomenal. In the name of science and future mark selective fisheries, thank you.
Hey everybody, Kelly Cunningham here. Just wanted to reach out and express my appreciation for our hatchery folks and the marking and tagging folks that overcame a lot of challenges to get the fish marked and tagged this year. Much appreciation and more respect to you all than I can articulate. Thanks again for a job well done. Take care. Bye.
Hi everyone, Craig Burley here, and just wanted to take a minute and say thank you to all of the hatchery folks for all the work that you've been doing over the last several months, making sure that all of our fish are marked and they're getting out where they need to be. I know it's been a really challenging time over these last several months, and just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you and let you know I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Hey hatchery staff, thank you so much for all the work you've done on behalf of Washingtonians, on behalf of the orcas, on behalf of all of us at the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Thank you for making sure that we have a fishery on the other side of this COVID pandemic. And thank you for keeping each other safe. Stay at it. We're not through it. Stay safe. Keep each other safe. Thank you.
Hey, I just want to reach out to the marking team with WDFW. On behalf of the Washington State Guides Association and all sport anglers in the state of Washington, we're very appreciative of the job you were able to get done during COVID-19. We're looking forward to seeing those fish that you've clipped in the next 3 or 4 years. I'm pretty certain they're going to look something like this. Thank you, guys.
Hi, folks. My name's Danny Garrett. I'm a fisheries biologist with the Warm Water Program, and since I'm helping Raquel put this video together, I wanted to take a moment to thank all of those involved with the mass marking program. I just got back from the Brewster Pool, and I was able to reel in a 14-pound hatchery Chinook on this ultralight rod. I can't tell you how much it means to me and the rest of the anglers in the state of Washington to be able to harvest these hatchery fish while meeting our conservation goals. It's also a huge boost to these local economies that rely on these runs of salmon for their livelihood. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Hey everyone, Darren Friedel here. A big thank you to the hatchery marking crew this year. What you were able to accomplish during some pretty challenging times was remarkable. Great work, and thanks again.
I am so honored to be considered part of this team, and you all should be so honored and proud of the work that was done this year. On behalf of myself, my friends, my family, the citizens of Washington State, just the most sincere and heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for your sacrifice and your hard work. Thank you.
Hi, Bryce Glasser here, Fish Program Manager for Southwest Washington Region 5. Just wanted to take a minute to send out a huge thank you to all the hatchery workers and marking and tagging crews statewide for the work that you do. The marking and tagging efforts are tough in a normal year, and the issues you faced this year with this COVID pandemic made that even more challenging. From myself and my fellow program managers around the state, just wanted to send a huge appreciation and a great big thank you.
Hi, Eric Kinney here. I wanted to share my appreciation to all the hatchery crews and the marking and tagging unit for all their hard work during these challenging times. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you.
Hey everybody, this is James Losey from the fish management team on the west side. Hey, I just wanted to reach out and let the hatchery folks and the marking team know that it's a big shout out to you guys for what you were able to accomplish during this COVID pandemic. This was a challenging time, and a lot of us were wondering how we were going to be able to pull this off, but watching you guys and gals that are on the marking team and in our hatchery facilities, keep up your solid work, stay healthy, stay safe, and be able to cover so many hatcheries across such a big state with so many fish to mark. It was a really impressive thing to watch, so thanks for all you're doing.
Hi everybody, I'm Mark Baltzell. I'm part of the team that implements and manages salmon fisheries on the coast and in Puget Sound. In our world, we don't have fisheries to manage without hatchery fish. So thank you to everybody in the marking and tagging team and the hatchery operations who made it happen this spring. Your work is truly incredible and much appreciated.
Thank you, hatchery workers. Your hard work means so much to so many of us.
So thanks, Leah, for putting that on for us. Again, it was a huge effort. I'm not sure that video does it justice. A lot of other things going on last year too. We had a lot of fisheries that were delayed. Those quota-based fisheries gave us an opportunity to move them to later in the year, which was a good thing. We still continue to have some areas where access is not completely open yet, but we're working with local jurisdictions and county health officials to make sure that we apply the lessons learned from last year to this upcoming season. And as the COVID curve, as we've all been accustomed to, continues to do what it's doing right now, things are looking good for next year. So anyway, thanks for the time, Kyle. Appreciate it. And I'll turn it back over to you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kelly, and thanks for joining us this morning. I know during the North of Falcon process last year, you got yanked away to deal with all of the fallout from the onset of the pandemic, and appreciate all your leadership through that. It was not a good year for anybody, but we made it through. With that, we are going to move on to a look at the environmental outlook, how it affects what's happened over the past couple of years, how it's likely to affect our salmon stocks. And for that, we have Dr. Marisa Litz from the Fish Program Science Division joining us.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Kyle, for the introduction. So indeed, yeah, I'm Marisa Litz. So this is the 5th year I realized that I'm going to be providing an environmental outlook for the 2020-2021 fishing season. And also like to give a shout out to the marking and tagging group. So not only am I a fishery scientist, but my spouse, my husband, also operates one of the auto tagging trailers, and he's heading off to Lions Ferry to tag the millions of fish that are there as soon as they're big enough. So see firsthand the hard work that they do. So the first slide, Leah. Oh, back it up too, I think. There we go. So I have just a brief outline of the talk and some of the major take-home points. So today, I just want to provide some environmental context for the 2021 forecast. So, and to do this, I'll have to provide an update on the physical conditions and the outlook for 2021. So the warm blob in particular, and the La Nina that we're currently experiencing, and we've been experiencing since the fall. It's always fun to look at the unusual biological responses in the ocean and around Puget Sound. And then I'm going to end the talk with the update from the NOAA Environmental Indicator, also known as the stoplight chart, which gives us an early warning preview of things to come in 2021. So the main take-home message is that climate variability will continue to impact salmon returns across the state of Washington in 2021. And a reminder to folks that the environmental stressors affect both the freshwater and the marine life history stages of salmon. But sort of the take-home message is that cooler conditions related to the La Nina may see a bump in marine survival and returns to Washington in 21 compared to recent years. Next slide. So I always like to start these talks with a reminder, folks. I show a lot of these types of plots. They're typically anomaly plots. So what that means is that the baseline is average or 0. And anything in the positive or red is above average, and anything in blue or below the line is below average. So just a reminder to folks that the global land and the ocean surface temperatures continue to increase as we go through time. So this is time series 1880 to the present. And January 2021 was the warmest, 7th warmest year that we've had in the 142 time series. Next slide. And the warmest year, just while we're advancing that slide, was just last year, so January of 2020. And why that's important is because all this excess global heat, over 90% of it gets stored within the world's oceans. And the oceans are not a finite sort of refugia for all this excess global heat. So it has to go somewhere, and it can't be it's not infinite. It can't store it forever without there being consequences. And a recent paper that just came out last year showed that the warmest years in the ocean were the 5 consecutive years, so 2015 through 2019. And we're seeing that in the Northeast Pacific, where the salmon are heading into the ocean. So next slide. And we've all been talking since 2014, 2015 about this incidence in the North Pacific known as the warm blob. It's also known as marine heat waves. So oceanographers first detected the warm blob in 2014. And what happened was a ridge of high pressure set itself up over the North Pacific, and there was very little storm activity to overturn the surface waters to make them productive. And what we saw was collapses in fisheries across the board in the Gulf of Alaska, and really dramatic downturns in the returns of salmon in the Pacific Northwest. So scientists, as a response, created these tools to track both the size, the location, and the length of these blob events in the North Pacific. So the first one was the 2014 through 2016 event. And it was the largest event that we've been able to track using these tools, which use satellites to measure the sea surface temperature. So it was a 2-year event, and it was the largest, and the time series goes back to 1982. And then in recent years, although it wasn't as dramatic as that 2014 blob, we've also had waxing and waning, so successive blob events. So just showing the September of 2019 and September of 2020. 2020 actually had 2 blob events, a blob A and a blob B. And the warm blob that we ended 2020 with was actually the second largest marine heat wave event since 1982, second only to the 2014 event. And at its peak, it covered a maximum size of over 9 million square kilometers. But some good news is that the current state of the blob, so February of this year, is that in our economic exclusive zone, so all of the coast, 3 miles out to 200 miles, Washington, Oregon, California, and all of the Gulf of Alaska, the blob has diminished. So this is really great news, and it's related in part to the cool phase of the El Nino that we're facing, which is La Nina. So next slide. So La Nina, and just a reminder to folks, so the El Nino and the La Nina are events that begin in the equator, either with a slackening off of the trade winds leading to warm water piling up along the western hemisphere, or the opposite. La Nina is an intensification of those trade winds, which leads to cooling all along the surface waters of the equator. And both of these factors affect global weather patterns. So that's why they're important locally off of our coast. So on that plot on the left, we have, again, an anomaly plot. In red and positive values are the instance of the really large El Nino events we've had over the last century. And in blue circled are those larger La Nina events. So the 2016 blob and El Nino event that were really dramatically affected our salmon fisheries are shown, the last red peak there. And we're currently in 2021, we've been in a state of La Nina. And, the La Nina, how it affects global weather patterns is we get this very variable polar jet stream. So no surprise, we were just coming out of some of the historic snowfalls in the Pacific Northwest. We're seeing this polar vortex in the Arctic that sends cool air shooting down into areas like Texas, where they have power outages and snow in Texas. So these are all the hallmark of La Nina. And why that's important is that we think when we think of an El Nino or a La Nina, we recognize that that salmon respond favorably to El Ninos or to La Ninas and more poorly to El Ninos. So the next slide, please. And what the climate scientists are telling us is that there's a 60% chance of this current La Nina phasing out by spring of 2021. So April or June of the fall of the next year. Next slide, please. And when we get back into ENSO neutral territory, we're also going to be experiencing these ongoing threats of marine heat waves. And just a reminder, so this again is a new study that was just released by some NOAA scientists that found they were looking at the life cycle of endangered populations of Chinook originating from ESUs from the Snake River. And warming impacts salmon at all life history stages. So not only in freshwater where they're spawning and they're rearing, but especially in the ocean. Next slide, please. And so here is the sort of summary of the last 3 years. And why this is important is that the salmon that we're going to be harvesting in 2021 are salmon that largely, by and large, went out into the ocean or their parents were returning to rear in freshwater between 2018 and 2020. And the good news is that the snowpack over these last 3 years has been pretty favorable. So everything in this figure here shown in green or in blue is between 80 and 100% of normal. And snowpack is really what is important in regulating the stream temperatures and the stream flow rates in the summertime when these juveniles are rearing. So currently, in Washington, our snowpack is at 95 to 150% of normal. And that 150% is in the area of the Olympic Mountains. But this is really good news. And if we saw similar figures back from 2015 and 2016, you'd be seeing red across the board in those extreme drought conditions. And we've really transitioned out of that in the last 3 years. Next slide, please. Now, NOAA climate scientists, they also provide climate outlooks for the terrestrial systems across the Pacific Northwest and across the state, in fact. So the outlook over the next 3 months, so the February, March, April. So as we're still in a La Nina state and as we're transitioning out of that, we can expect that temperatures, so shown in blue, that they're going to be cooler than average over the next 3 months as salmon begin their out migration. And precipitation is going to be 30 to 50% likely that it's going to be above average. Now, when we start looking at that period after we phase out of the La Nina, the long-term projections into the summer, we're starting to see that we're going to become, again, more typical, warmer, and less precipitation than average. But again, those projections, they improve shorter term forecasts. So the long range forecast is that we're going to be back to a warmer and less wet summer, but we need to keep an eye on that. So what are the effects of all of these anomalous warming and different ocean conditions on the fish? So next slide, please. So one of the things that we've noted, and it's really fun seeing all these pictures come together from across the state of Washington, across the Pacific Northwest, is that we see that a warming ocean leads to a lot more of these subtropical and tropical species showing up in the Washington coast. So things like opa or bluefin tuna and mahi-mahi off El Waco. In the Pacific Northwest, in British Columbia this year, we had barracuda, and then my friend Ryan, who's a commercial tuna fisherman, showing off his catch of yellowtail. But also in 2018, we became really familiar with the plight of the southern resident killer whale, and we've really adjusted a lot of our hatchery management objectives to try to stave off the the lack of prey availability for that endangered species. But it all hasn't been terrible news. So in 2020, during the COVID pandemic, when we were all in lockdown, Puget Sound had one of the largest herring spawning events in recent decades. And why this is really good news is that herring are a preferred prey for juvenile salmon that are first hitting the ocean. And not only that, but we also saw a real expansion of squid fisheries. So California market squid are usually thought to be fishery, Monterey, California, but they're growing in intensity and size off Oregon, Washington, and also within Puget Sound. And here's my friend Meg Brady has a great YouTube channel, and she does a lot of fishing inside Puget Sound, and I encourage you all to check that out. But scientists are also telling us that the global warming and the marine heat waves can have effect on our ecosystems that are long lasting. And one of these effects is that this warm water, this pool of warm water offshore, is thought to be a perfect storm for incubating harmful algal blooms. So anyone who's sort of an avid clammer or recreational crabber has known that since October of 2020, we've seen increased levels of domoic acid produced by a harmful algae, a diatom known as pseudonychia, that bioaccumulates in the tissue of these critters and can be a neurotoxin to humans. So it's a human health concern. So we really need to also be keeping a close eye on those harmful algae. Next slide, please, Leah. And I think you have to click it twice. So the unusual salmon observations that we saw in 2018. So there's winners and there's losers. So Bristol Bay Sockeye, sort of at the northern range of the Sockeye, had one of the largest runs ever in 2018. And at the same time, down in the south, we're seeing really steep declines of sockeye. So Fraser River came in below forecast in 2018. We also saw low steelhead returns to the Columbia River and poor chum, pink runs in Southeast Alaska. And scientists began noting that returns to the Columbia River were really being dominated in the millions by an invasive species, the shad. We also had closures in Oregon and California for Coho in 2018. Next slide, Lee, and again, the double click. And in 2019, another huge year for sockeye in Bristol Bay, and this unusual low returns to the Fraser Lake and to Lake Washington. But poor returns of pink and chum to Puget Sound and Fraser. And again, Coho came in below forecast in Oregon. So last up, the 2020. Leah, please. All right, so again, in 2020, again, a huge disparity between what we're seeing in sockeye in the north and the south, with the high, again, some record-breaking runs and some historic low runs, and some really low runs of steelhead returns throughout Washington, including these coastal systems. For the first time over the last couple of years, we also saw a downturn in chum returns to Puget Sound and the Fraser, and another high year of shad to the Columbia. But one of the bright aspects of 2020 was that we had the highest coho jack returns to the Columbia River since 19. And why this is a good indicator is that jack returns are usually a good indicator of adult returns to come in 2021. So with the highest jack returns, we're really expecting this to be a banner coho year coming up. So the last slide that I want to show, Leah, next, is an overview of the salmon ocean indicators. So again, this figure is coded from, red for bad and green for good. And along the top, each column is separated into a separate year. And each row is separated into a particular indicator. So there are these basin scale indicators, things like like sea surface temperature associated with the blob, or the state of the El Nino. Some of the more regional indicators are things like more local temperature and salinity. And then some of the regional biological indicators are things that the juvenile salmon might anticipate when they head out to sea. So things like the zooplankton community or the larval fish, the number of herring that they're going to encounter. And one interesting thing about 2020, so in 2015, 2016, 2017, there were a lot of red up and down the board. So some of the poorest ocean conditions and some of the lowest returns of salmon that we'd seen in years. But we've been transitioning out of that since about 2017. And in 2020, for the first time, we're seeing a lot more green than we've seen in about 7 years. But what has scientists a little bit perplexed is that while some of the physical indicators are still really poor, things associated with sea surface temperature, associated with the blob and the marine heat waves, some of the biological indicators are starting to trend up. So things like the zooplankton and the larval fish. So it's a mixed bag, but overall, 2020 ranked 11 out of the 23 years of monitoring. And we really expect that to see, as you'll see with the forecasts that are about to be revealed, is a bit of an upturn relative to recent years. So that's all I have. I don't know if there's any questions, but I'm happy to take them or to just transition right into the forecast. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Marisa. Great presentation. As always, glad you could come back for a 5th year and do this for us. If you have time, we do have time to try to take some questions. Again, a reminder, if you're on computer, there should be a raise hand function in your Zoom app. If you're on the phone, *9 should raise your hand, and we will watch the list here and see if there are any questions for you. I am not seeing any hands up. Are you, Leah?
No, I'm not, Kyle.
Well, you answered everybody's questions without having to take one.
Awesome. And also feel free to reach out to me offline. Happy to talk ocean conditions and salmon survival anytime.
Thanks, Marisa. And the whole presentation will go up on the website. So if people couldn't read numbers and boxes on the scorecard and that sort of thing, download it later and you'll be able to zoom in and get into all the details. So thanks again. And we will now move into the actual forecast part of the presentation today. And we've got a number of staff that are going to hand this off, but we're going to start out with Chad Herring.
Thank you, Kyle. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chad Herring. I'm the Anadromous Resource Policy Analyst for the Department's Intergovernmental Salmon Management Unit. So I'm here this morning to talk a little bit about Washington Coast and Puget Sound returns and in 2020 and forecast for 2021. I'll focus on Chinook and Coho, and then I'll pass it off to my colleague, Mickey, who will go through the forecast for Chum, Pink, and Sockeye. So next slide, Leah. So I'll start off with Chinook in the Washington Coast and Puget Sound. Next slide, Leah. So before we get into the recent returns and forecast for 2021, want to provide a little bit of historical context. So here we have a graph of the abundance of Chinook in Puget Sound. The hatchery fish are denoted there in the darker blue color, and the wild fish in the lighter blue. When we look at wild Chinook abundance in Puget Sound in the recent years, in the time frame 2010 through 2019, we've had an average run size of wild fish during that time frame of 27,908 fish. You want to think about that a little bit in comparison to prior to ESA listing. Puget Sound Chinook were listed under ESA in 1999. So looking back at the 10 years prior to that ESA listing, 1989 through 1998, the average there was about 36,637 fish. So the recent average is down 24% from that time frame prior to listing of Puget Sound Chinook under ESA in 1999. So next slide, Leah. So moving on to recent returns of Chinook along the coast and And in Puget Sound, focusing on the 2020 returns, wanted to provide some historical context for these returns and for the forecasts that are coming up. So we looked at these and categorized them in relation to the recent 10-year average run size. So once again, that time frame will be 2010 through 2019. And we categorized those into three categories. Good being that the return would be greater than 125% of that recent 10-year average. Neutral would be that between 75% and 125% of that recent 10-year average, and poor being less than 75% of the 10-year average. So when we look at Chinook returns first, in Puget Sound, kind of a scatter shot there when we look at the individual stocks, mostly ranging from poor to neutral, with mostly neutral stocks there in the north and the upper part of the mid sound. Starting to see some more poor returns there when we look at South Sound and Hood Canal. As we kind of go back up and turn the corner out into the Straits, Dungeness was one of those good returning stocks that we had, and Elwha fell in the neutral category. And then moving out to the coast, Puget Sound or coastal Chinook returns mostly were in that good category, with the exception of the Hump Tulip stock and Willapa Bay, which were in that neutral category. So next slide, Leah. Thank you. So moving on to forecast for wild Chinook for 2021. For both the coast and Puget Sound, most of those returns the forecast would all fall in the neutral category, with the one exception being that Dungeness stock. Overall, the forecast for Puget Sound wild Chinook, excluding spring Chinook stocks, is for just a little over 22,000 fish. That's down 10%, or excuse me, 20% from the 10-year average of about 28,000 returning Chinook to Puget Sound. So when we look to the coast, we're seeing an increase there. The wild forecast for coastal Chinook is just about 150 fish shy of 41,000, and that's up 9% from the coastal average of about 37,500 fish. Once again, in that recent 10-year run size. So moving on, next slide. So when I want to focus here a little bit on Puget Sound hatchery Chinook returns. So when we look at Chinook returns across Puget Sound, once again excluding those spring Chinook stocks, the forecast for Puget Sound hatchery Chinook is 185,000 fish. That's down 2% from the 10-year average of about 188,000 and a half. And then in relation to last year's forecast, it's down about 11% from what we forecasted last year. So next slide, Leah. Moving to the coastal hatchery Chinook forecast, kind of a bright spot here, as with the wild stocks that were up relative to their 10-year average. The hatchery Chinook stocks are also up. Hatchery Chinook forecast for 2021 is about 43,500 fish. That's an 8% increase from the 10-year average of about 40,000 hatchery Chinook. And in comparison to the 2019 average, it's an increase of about 22% for this year's forecast in relation to last. And you'll have to pardon me, that's an error there on the slide. It should say 2020, not 2019 forecasts. So next slide, Leah. Now I'm going to focus on Puget Sound and coastal Coho returns. So once again, just kind of looking at the historical abundance of Coho returning to Puget Sound. And that latest 10-year average for returns of both hatchery and wild fish have averaged about 564,000 fish. in the most recent 10 years. So next slide, Leah. So for coho returns, once again, categorized based on those, relative to the recent 10-year average returns. See kind of a scatter shot across the state there, from poor to neutral stocks. You see some poor stocks there in the northern part of Puget Sound, Nooksack Samish, neutral for Skagit and still Squamish. And just, more neutral stocks as we move into South Puget Sound. Got a poor rating for returns in 2020 for Hood Canal. All the straight stocks fell into that neutral category. And then mostly poor out on the coast, with the exception being the Hoh River and the Quinault Coho return falling into the neutral category. So next slide, Leah. So looking at, I think we skipped one. Can you go back one? There we go. Looking at 2020 wild coho forecast for Puget Sound and the coast for this upcoming year, we've got one bright spot there in the Nooksack that fell into the good category, or greater than 125% of its recent 10-year average run size. But across Puget Sound, you see neutral and poor ratings there for each individual stock. Overall, the wild coho forecast for Puget Sound is just shy of 246,000 wild coho returning to Puget Sound for this year. That's about 15% lower than the average return in the recent 10 years of about 290,000. So when we look at the coast, some pretty poor returns, although we have neutral categories for the Hoh and Quinault River, but overall the coastal coho forecast for 2021 is right about 93,500 wild returning coho, and that would be down about 43% from the recent 10-year average of 100 and just shy of 164,000 fish. So next slide, Leah. Looking at Puget Sound hatchery coho returns, pretty good numbers here. Looking at a 35% increase from the 10-year average. The projected return of Puget Sound hatchery coho is just shy of 370,000 fish, and so once again up 35% from the 10-year average of a return of about 273,000 fish. And in relation, once again, that should say 2020 forecast. It's the hatchery forecast for this year is up 8% from last year's forecasted number. Next slide, Leah. Moving on to hatchery returns of coho for the coast. Those are a little bit down. Coastal forecast for hatchery coho is just shy of 150,000 fish. And that would be down 10% from the 10-year average, which is about 165,000 fish. So, and down 2% from the 2020 forecasted number. Next slide, Leah. I think we're at the end of my portion, and I'll turn it over to Mickey to talk about chum, pink, and sockeye returns. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Mickey Yaga. I'm a senior research scientist in the fish program with WDFW. Today, I'll be giving you all a surface level look at Washington State chum, sockeye, and pink returns, and then the 21 forecast. Before I start, I'd like to acknowledge our DFW staff and our tribal counterparts for their input and the continued work towards generating forecasts. And as many of you know, it's been a challenging stretch in recent years for pink, chum, and sockeye populations. I think we've seen our once most abundant chum and sockeye salmon runs return at historical lows, predominantly due to the anomalous marine climate that Dr. Marisa Litz walked you all through earlier. Now, given these challenges, we've had to adapt as an agency in many ways, and increasingly rely on our science division staff to assist with integrating marine climate effects, and ensure that we're giving you all what we believe are the most realistic projections. At the end of the day, I just want to reinforce that we're using the best available science to inform our population, understanding of population patterns and projections. Next slide. So I'll start off with chum salmon returns. Here's a plot of total returning chum run size over time from Puget Sound in blue and the coast in orange and purple. What's readily apparent from this plot is that chum salmon are in the midst of a multi-year decline. I've included the long-term trend line and recent year average in red, which will help you notice how over the last 20 years, we've seen some of our chum returns go from historic highs in the early 2000s to historic lows in the recent decade. And over our recent 10-year average has dropped down to 1.39 million, largely due to the 2018 and 2019 poor returns. Now, last year, I noted that in 2019, we had the lowest Puget Sound return since 1979. And unfortunately, preliminary estimates of 2020 are revealing a return only slightly higher. Next slide, please. So let's move into 2020 fall chum returns. I'll orient you to these trend maps similar to how Chad presented Coho and Chinook, and these will be consistent for all species. Again, we color code regional returns based on good, neutral, and poor relative to the 10-year escapement. So that's not total run size. This is just what showed up for spawning escapement in 2020, essentially a snapshot of how well these returns came back. Now in 2020, fall chum returns were like I mentioned in the previous slide, only slightly better than 2019. And as many of you in the chum industry are aware, it was a rather poor year fishing for the limited opportunity that was available. South Puget Sound and Hood Canal returned poorly as compared to the long-term averages. And nevertheless, there were some bright spots where we met conservation goals head on and reached our escapement goals. And that was along the coast for a few populations and for a few populations in the central to north Puget Sound. So it wasn't all a downward spiral. It's been a positive story for some populations, and we're hoping to continue that rebound trend as we move forward in time. Next slide. So now I'll move on to the 2021 Chum Forecast. Along the coast, we are projecting that these populations will remain stable and come in consistent with the 10-year average. Again, like I mentioned, the previous return was strong, neutral to strong, and we're hoping that it can stay stable and consistent in this coming year. In Puget Sound, however, the return is projected to be poor overall. In Hood Canal at 273,000 and South Sound at 198,000, we are projecting a return run size only slightly better than 2019. So again, to put that in perspective, only slightly better than one of the worst years on record. Next slide, please. And as we look at these forecasts and compare to the long-term picture, we can see again that the 2021 projection is only slightly better than 2019, like I just mentioned. And it's projected to be around 60% down from the recent 10-year average. Now, I want to add that several of these estimates that went into generating the 2021 projection involve the effects of recent marine climate. And for those interested in learning more about the modeling process, I'll go over a little more detail in the commercial breakout later today. So if you have any specific detailed questions, please join us in that breakout session. But essentially, this 10-year average, it's a component that includes some of these higher returns in 2013 and 2017. And so that's why this average that this projection in 2021 is so low in comparison. Next slide, please. So getting back to the coast, Willapa Bay and Grays Harbor are only 10 to 18% down from the recent 10-year average. And like I mentioned before, the 2021 estimates are more or less consistent with the recent year output. Next slide. So now I'll move on to Washington State sockeye. Next slide. All right, thanks. As many of you are aware, sockeye, similar to chum, have been also trending in a negative direction over the most recent few decades. However, the recent rate of decline has been more rapid for sockeye than compared to chum. I have a trend line in red for the Lake Washington run size, but this trend is also indicative of the Baker Lake run size as well. Now, Dr. Marisa Litz pointed out our sockeye are returning at such a rate that is similar to the Fraser up the coast, with exception to Bristol Bay. As for the Fraser in 2020, most of you are aware that the Fraser River experienced the lowest return on record, continuing a troubling pattern of low returns that's been documented over the past few years. Unfortunately, it's more or less mimicking the recent low returns we're seeing in Washington State as well. Next slide, please. However, in 2020, sockeye returns, while they were poor in Puget Sound relative to the 10-year return, we did see some rebound that was fairly strong in the Columbia River system, where they did reach and exceed the 10-year average as a whole due to the return to the Okanagan system. Also for Baker Lake, another positive, I want to point out that while the return was poor relative to the 10-year average, it did come back over forecast, similar to the Columbia system. So there was some light at the end of the tunnel. In fact, that sockeye did better than expected and better than we hoped. And we hope that that trend continues in time. Next slide, please. So going forward to 2021, we are projecting sockeye to hit similar benchmarks to what we projected and documented for 2020 for Baker Lake and Lake Washington. Now the data points us towards approximately 12,253 for Baker Lake, 24,800 for Lake Washington, and 154,900 for the Columbia River system. And again, these estimates are in red due to the rapid decline we've seen over the recent decade. So the average that these run sizes are compared to still includes some much higher values that occurred in the 2012 to 2013 and 2017 run years. Next slide, please. Here you'll see that this rapid decline in Puget Sound sockeye abundance that we have documented since 2017, but more or less over the past decade. Our forecast in orange shows that we're basically projecting a run size similar to 2019 and 2020. Now these forecasts are on the conservative side. However, we hope that sockeye continue to outperform these projections. Again, we made a big effort to include the effects of climate, which again, it reduces the error in our performance of our forecasts and actually gets us closer to what's actually coming in over the recent few years. Next slide, please. So moving forward into Columbia River sockeye, you can see that the projection is coming out about 50 to 60% below the 10-year average. Now, this conservative end projection is consistent to what we are seeing with other populations. And the forecast appears well in line with the recent year trends. But another thing I want to point out again is this strong rebound that we saw in 2020, which is a really positive sign. And again, we're hoping that that trend continues. Next slide, please. All right, moving on to Puget Sound pink salmon. Next slide, please. So here's a trend plot of annual odd year pink returns to Puget Sound. And as you can see from the plot, we had a strong increase in pink abundance from around 2001 to 2009, after which that run size turned negative. However, in 2019, we did bounce back from the 2017 from the poor run in 2017 with a run size of approximately 2.9 million. Now, that being said, over the last 10 years, we have averaged approximately 4 million pink. So the 2019 run was slightly below average, despite rebounding from 2017. Next slide, please. In 2019, again, this is comparing the return to the 10-year average of 4 million. We saw below average returns to much of Puget Sound. However, we did see some highlights in South Sound, and particularly where the pink run came in over 1 million. Now, what our science division has suggested is that there was some poor fry production from the 2017 brood year, where we had a low return. And given that the return was much stronger in 2019, there's some indication that the resulting fry output from this last brood year may play a larger role in the 2021 return. Next slide, please. So going into 2021 pink forecast, we're projecting a mixed bag for pink. And as you can see, forecasts by region range from poor to good. I want to highlight the North Puget Sound, where we are predicting pink to come back a little stronger than the 10-year average. Overall, we are projecting a run size similar to 2019 of approximately 2.9 million, which in some cases may represent a rather conservative outlook at 1 million under the recent 10-year average. However, it's rather consistent with what we've documented over the past 5 to 10 years. So again, focusing on North Puget Sound, we're looking at a run size of approximately 1.7 million. Central to South Puget Sound, 941,000, and into Hood Canal, 174,000. Again, a neutral forecast coming into to Hood Canal and into Central Sound. Next slide, please. So here's how our 2021 forecast fits into the long-term picture, with the aggregate 2.9 million total in orange. Again, like I mentioned, it's more or less consistent with the past few years. And while this forecast is down 30% from the 10-year average, you can see that we're projecting, again, similar, if not slightly better than the 2019 return. And I believe, next slide, that concludes my sections. I guess we can now open up the room for any high-level questions about the 2021 Puget Sound forecast before we jump into Columbia River Chinook and Coho returns.
Thank you, Mickey and Chad. You guys covered a lot of ground there with the coastal and Puget Sound forecast. We are going to open it up for questions. I'll ask people to keep in mind this time for questions about the preseason forecast. We'll have more fishery-centered discussions in our breakouts later. So please, for now, keep your questions related to the forecast. And we have a number of WDFW staff online. It won't necessarily be Chad or Mickey that answer your individual questions. But with that, we will go to the list of hands. Leah, do you mind kind of running the list for us here?
Yes, and it looks like Joel is the first up with a question. Joel?
Hi, good morning. In past discussions, we were told about even year pinks gaining a foothold in Puget Sound, and I'm just wondering if Mickey can expound on that, just in general. Thank you.
Right now, there's rather limited data on our even year pinks, but yes, they are remaining consistent, at least through time, in the recent year trends. If we have a regional biologist that can expand, feel free.
And I don't know if we have anyone from up in that area online to answer. Joel, you're right. There was a period of time there where we saw the even year pinks kind of building over 4 or 6 years, and they kind of peaked and have gone back down to lower levels since then. Still around, but didn't continue growing. We weren't sure what they were going to do back when that was happening, but hopefully that answers your question. Next, Leah.
It looks like our next question is from Jacob. Jacob, I've asked you to unmute.
Hello. Yes. Sorry, just a real quick observation. We did see a few even year pinks in the upper Skagit this past season, but my question specifically, so it looks like the forecast for Skagit or Baker Sockeye is again really low, but I know last year they came in quite a bit higher. But I don't see. Do we have a final run estimate for what it actually came out to be last year?
Yes, we do. It was around 19,100 sockeye that came in last year. So
Okay.
we did project close to, I believe, 13,500 for the 20 run. And the 19,000 was within the confidence bounds of our estimate for the recent year.
Okay. And then I see doesn't appear to be any estimate for Nooksack River Spring Chinook at all.
Yeah, I can take that one. Thanks for the question, Jacob. The Nooksack forecast for both falls and summers and springers, we were working on till real late last night. The fall and summer populations, we were able to get done, but there's still working through some issues with the springer forecast for the Nooksack stocks.
Okay, and I see that's lumped together with Samish. Is the fall forecast? Does that include the Samish River Chinook? So I assume that's mostly Samish then in that number.
Yeah. What you see under that Nooksack Samish is fall, summer populations, hatchery and wild for both river systems, and it's just the spring Chinook. We're working out some details. A little peek behind the curtain there, though those forecast numbers that we're looking at, while I don't have a specific number, they're ranging up. They look pretty good. Like on the higher level than what we've seen over the last a few years. Don't have a specific number quite yet, but they do look quite promising from the preliminary indications that we have.
Good to hear. Thank you.
And I'm wondering if Derek Dapp is on. He might have a up-to-date first thing this morning that those are done, but as of last night, they were not.
Thanks, Chad. Derek here. And so I appreciate that. No, me and some of the other co-manager staff were working on those forecasts last night, and we've sent them out, and we think that they're just about ready, but we don't have agreement on them yet, so we can't speak to them. As Chad mentioned, they are looking like they might be better than in some recent years. So I guess be on the lookout for upcoming meetings, and we can discuss those.
All right, thank you.
And it looks like our next question is from Shannon Moore.
Hello there.
Hi, Shannon. We can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, so you sort of answered the question about the spring salmon situation. So I guess we'll be looking for some additional information on the South Fork Springer program with regard to wild origin fish. And then, of course, the North Fork is more of a summer stock. So I guess that was my question. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Shannon. Yeah, as mentioned in response to the last question, in the handout that's provided on the webpage, you can see those Nooksack Samish summer fall population. Those forecasts are available, but spring Chinook stocks are not quite available yet. And I think we'll probably have more discussion of individual forecasts once we get into some of the regional breakout sessions. Hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thanks.
And it looks like Carl Nyman asked a question in the chat. If you could please ask your questions live during this, that would be awesome. Carl, if you wanted to ask your question now, you have a chance.
Leah, this is Mark. I have been trying to answer directly to those questions in the chat.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, and I would just say, I looked at Carl's question really quick. It was about guessing specific stocks, and I tried to kind of include my answer in my last response there to Shannon that during the breakout sessions, we'll have a lot more detailed information about specific stocks and their forecasts for 2021 later on, like those breakout sessions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mark answered my question in the chat. Thank you for answering. I'm going to mute my.
And it looks like that's all the questions we have right now, Kyle.
All right, just a reminder, if for people on the phone, *9, if you had a question, but we're not seeing any more hands. We'll talk some more in breakouts about some of the Puget Sound and coastal forecasts, but not seeing any hands go up. I will suggest we move on, Leah. So next up, we'll move to the Columbia River, Chinook, and Coho 2020 returns and 2021 forecast. And for that, we have Dr. Tim Sipple with us.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Oops. Can you hear me?
We can, Tim.
Okay, great. Sorry, just getting my camera on here. I'm Tim Sipple. I'm in Region 5 in the Columbia River Management Unit, and I'll be going over the 2020 returns and 2021 forecasts for Chinook, Coho, and Steelhead in the Columbia River. Next slide, please. And so we'll start off with Chinook salmon. And next slide, please. Thank you, Leah. So here we're looking at a time series of Chinook returns to the Columbia River back to 1970 up through 2020. And this includes all three runs, spring, summer, and fall. You can see that the fall return comprises the largest component almost every year. And then spring is the second largest component, and the summer component tends to be the smallest. Right now, you can look at the last couple of years and see that we are in an abundance kind of trough, and we're starting to emerge from that. And this followed from some historically high returns in the early or sort of mid 2010s, around 2014, 2015. So we've kind of gone through some changes in abundance, and hopefully we're heading back in a higher abundance period now. Next slide, please. And so following on with the format that was used in the previous presentations, we're using the same depiction of abundance trends in the Columbia River. So we're using the green, blue, and red representing run sizes relative to the recent 10-year average. And so with that, for the 2020 returns of spring and summer Chinook to the Columbia River, in the lower Columbia spring Chinook returns, last year's 2020 return was 69% of the recent 10-year average. So that falls in that poor category. This includes tributaries below Bonneville Dam. And then in the upriver spring, we are in a poor phase again, where the return was 43% of the recent 10-year average. So the upriver component is fish destined for above Bonneville Dam, but this is focused on fish returning to the Snake River and Upper Columbia. The summer component is at 91% of recent 10-year average, so we're in the neutral category. So next slide, please. Did we miss a slide? Is there a forecast slide? Can you go back one slide, please? Yeah. Looks like we skipped a forecast slide. So for the 2021 spring and summer Chinook forecasts, the the lower river spring component is forecasted to be 84% of the recent 10-year average, which is 68,000 fish. The upriver component is forecasted to be 46% of the recent 10-year average, just around 75,000 fish. And the summer component is forecasted to be at 109% of the recent 10-year average, just short of 78,000 fish. Next slide, please. And so now we're moving along to fall Chinook, looking at the returns to the Columbia River by management stock units throughout the basin for 2020. We'll focus on two key components here that are what kind of constrain or drive our fisheries. So we have multiple stock units here, but the ones to kind of point to are the LRH, or the lower river hatchery component. The 2020 return was 88% of the recent 10-year average, or just short of 78,000 fish. And then the upriver bright component is 70% of the recent 10-year average, or just short of 300,000 fish. So I should point out that we break these fish down into what are called tules and brights. So tules tend to be the fish destined for lower river tributaries, and the brights tend to be fish destined for upriver tributaries and spawning grounds. And so just to kind of help orient you towards these management stocks, if it has B at the end, like URB, PUB, LRB, SAB, those are bright stocks, and then the others are tules. So some of those end in H or W. So those are tule stocks, just to help you sort of understand how we categorize these fish. And so overall, the total fall Chinook return was 78% of the recent 10-year average of just short of 575,000 fish. Next slide, please. And so we have the 2020 fall Chinook forecast expectations for the same group of stocks that were on the previous slide. And so again, I'll just highlight the key stocks to take a look at. So the LRH tule component, 73,100 fish are expected to return in 2021, which is 85% of the recent 10-year average. And then the URB, upriver bright component, is forecasted to be 83% of the recent 10-year average, or 354,000 fish. And so the total return is expected to be slightly better than the total return of 2020, and will come in at around 80% of the recent 10-year average, at around 581,000 fish. Next slide, please. And so this slide will help orient you to the constraints, or the I guess I should say the guidelines for setting our fisheries. So the LRH component, like was discussed in the previous slides, depending on this is an abundance-based scale. And so when the LRH run size comes in the range of 40 to 85,000 fish, then the total exploitation rate, which includes ocean fisheries and in-river fisheries, the total exploitation rate is set to cap at 38%, so not meant to exceed that. And then you can see the plot on the right side to give you a historical time series perspective on the abundance of this LRH component, to help understand how it's affected fisheries setting in the past. Next slide, please. And then the other primary component that drives our fall fishery season setting process is the URB, or the upriver bright component. So on the top is the it's a kind of a two-tier system that's laid out in the USV Oregon management agreement. The first component is the abundance of the herb run size, the forecast. And so when the abundance is expected to come in at over 200,000 fish, then the non-treaty harvest rate is capped at 15%. The second tier of this component is the Snake River wild run size. And so you can see this is broken out by different abundance tiers as well. And so when we have abundance ranging from 2,000 fish to 5,999 fish, you see the 8.25 harvest rate allowed, which has been familiar, in recent years, and goes up to as high as 15% when we get a Snake River wild run size of 8,000 fish or more. So that's just to provide perspective on the constraints on allowable harvest rates in the Columbia River. The Snake River wild forecast should be completed soon by mid-March. It's not quite ready yet, so we don't have this final piece of information to inform this last bit of the discussion right now. Next slide, please. And so now we'll move into the Coho component of the discussion. Thank you. And so here's another historical time series of Columbia River Coho ocean abundance of, so to be clear, this is abundance of coho in the ocean that are destined for the Columbia River. And so these fish are broken into what are termed early and late stocks. So if you're not familiar with these terms, the early are considered the smolts that leave the Columbia River and turn south towards Oregon and California, and then the late stock are fish that smolts that leave the Columbia River and turn north towards northern Washington and Canada. And so you can see here in the last about 5 years, we've been in a fairly low abundance regime. I guess the other thing I'll point out is that the early stock is larger than the late stock almost always. And so you can see that in the last 5 years, we've been in this phase of lower abundance relative to the historical time series, but you can see in the not distant past that we've been up as high as nearly 1.5 million fish. But last year we were down below 500,000. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here we have the Coho returns of Columbia ocean abundance of fish destined for Columbia River. And so the early component came in at 99% of the recent 10-year average. And the late stock came in at 76% of the recent 10-year average. And so early was just short of 241,000 fish, and late was just short of 123,000 fish. Next slide, please. And so here we have the 2021 Coho forecast. Just a reminder that this is ocean abundance forecast of fish destined for the Columbia River. So the early component and the late component are forecasted to come in very favorably. At the early component of 421% of the recent 10-year average, and the late at 389% of the recent 10-year average. So the total return is forecast to come in at just short of 1.6 million fish. So it's starting to potentially look like the phase that we were in back in 2013, 2014. Next slide, please. And so this is the Lower Columbia. Hello? The Lower Columbia River Natural Coho Exploitation Rate Matrix. This is what helps us set the allowable exploitation rate for fisheries. So just a reminder that the exploitation rate is for both ocean and in-river fisheries. So with the Marine Survival Index matrix that you see here, we have a range of survivals from less than 0.06% up to greater than 0.4%. And so this year's forecast comes in at a marine survival expectation of 0.45%, which falls in that very high range, allowing us an exploitation rate of 30%. So it's looking good. Next slide, please. And last, we'll finish off with steelhead in the Columbia River. And so here we have the time series of abundance of upriver summer steelhead in the Columbia River back to 1970 again. These are broken out into what are characterized as A and B index fish. So the A index fish are those that are 78 centimeters or under in body length. And then the B index are those that are greater than 78 centimeters in body length. And so you can see the time series of returns, and since the early 2010s, we've been in a phase of declining abundance and returns. And I think this is the last slide. No, sorry, it should be one more slide, please. And so we have preliminary returns for summer steelhead to the Columbia River. I'll just point out here that the A index fish, the smaller body size, are those that tend to be destined for the upper Columbia, and then the B index are those that are destined for Snake River terminal areas. And so the preliminary run size that we have for the A and the B index fish is based on the last in-season abundance update provided by the USV Oregon Technical Advisory Committee last year. This is the most recent, I guess you could say, peer-reviewed and accepted index of abundance. And right now we're working to finalize the returns and the forecasts. That should be ready hopefully next week. So hopefully won't be too much longer. We'll have these numbers finalized, but our preliminary numbers are the A index was 77,000 fish, or 41% of the recent 10-year average. B index 32,000 fish, or 108% of the recent 10-year average. And I believe that's our last slide. Thank you, and I can take questions.
All right, thanks, Chum. A couple of things before we take questions on the Columbia River forecast. We realized during the presentation this morning that the Coho forecast spreadsheet that was on the website had a column cut off. It was just missing the column that totals the 2021 forecast. So we've replaced that. If you downloaded it earlier, you might want to go back and download it again. It'll have that missing column now. Also, if you're having trouble finding the raise hand button in the Zoom app, if you have a button that says reactions near the bottom right of your screen, if you press the reactions button, one of the options that will pop up will be raise hand. So if you were having trouble finding that button, that's where you could find it. So with that, we will open it up again. We're asking people to keep their questions to forecast issues right now, and we'll be getting into fishery issues down the road. So Leah, could you run the queue again?
It looks like our first question is from David. David, I have asked you to unmute.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. This is David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler. I really appreciate the opportunity to see these presentations. A question, I guess a request, perhaps for subsequent presentations. For the steelhead, we really appreciated seeing the long-term trend for the index, and it would be really helpful, we believe, if you could break that down, since steelhead are adipose clipped, many of them. It would be nice to see, even though that's just a visual stock identification tool, it'd be nice to see the breakdown between hatchery and wild, if that were possible. I think that would add a lot of context, and it's really important to know differences over time between the hatchery return and the natural origin or wild return. So we request that the presentation be expanded slightly to include a slide or two regarding that. And we would really appreciate that information. And this question might be when you will get your forecast for 2021. It says mid-March, and just curious if that's going to be in 2 weeks or more time than that. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
Hi, David. Yes, I've made note about your request for the additional stock information in Steelhead, and we'll endeavor to include that. As far as the forecasts, TAC will meet next week to try to finalize this next week. I expect that we will finish it next week, and so we should be able to release it soon thereafter.
Thank you very much.
It looks like our next question is from Phil Anderson. Phil, I've asked you to unmute.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everybody who's worked on putting these presentations together today. They've been very informative, very well done. So compliments to everybody. My question has to do with the apparent disparity, I guess I'll call it, between the forecast for the OPI Coho stocks, which seem to have responded very favorably to changes in ocean conditions, compared to what we saw in particular, well, really for Puget Sound as well as the coastal Coho stocks. They don't appear to have had the same kind of response, or at least not nearly to the degree to which the favorable response that we see for Coho stocks in the OPI. And then I'm also just kind of reflecting back at the last 2 years where we had an OPI that was, at 1 million or more, 2015 being one of those, 2019 being the other one. Of course, reflecting back on Marissa's presentation that the ocean conditions were very poor in those years, but the OPI, came in at less than half of forecast in both those years. So I'm a little gun shy, frankly, of the optimism in the OPI, particularly when I compare it to the other Coho stocks to the north along the coast and in Puget Sound. So I'm just wondering if you have any perspectives. Are there sort of fundamental differences in how those forecasts are derived, or do you believe we're building in the appropriate precautionary measures, particularly relative to the OPI as it compares to maybe some of the other Coho forecasts? Thanks.
Sure. So there could be more than one of us that have perspective on this. So I can take the first crack at addressing the question and invite anybody else to add on to it. But so the forecast for 2021, we had to look at the data just to make sure it all made sense, and the jack numbers were very high, and that drives forecast. Tends to be a very good predictor of abundance in our forecasting models. And so we discussed it quite a lot and felt like this is the most robust and best number that we can come up with. But we're continuing to look hard at what the information we have available to us and consider additional ways to model the data. So it's an ongoing effort, but the data are the data, and so we feel confident that we have good information to produce the forecast from. So the early stock that's the largest component of the OPI forecast is a stock that heads south. So it leaves the Columbia River and heads towards Oregon and California, whereas the Puget Sound stocks, they experience different ocean conditions, and so I would certainly welcome the Puget Sound people to speak to that. But I would just point out that the OPI, the largest component of the OPI forecast, is a stock that experiences different ocean conditions than the Puget Sound stock.
And this is Ryan. So Mr. Anderson, I might add a little bit more to the OPI process and some of the discussion without taking up too much time, but there was definitely a very in-depth conversation on the disparity you referenced. So that's acknowledged. But as Tim pointed out, the data was very supportive of the information we saw. Record jacks returned last year. Tim alluded to the early component makes up the high proportion. Yes, we did see a forecast that did not materialize in 2019, but we did see the jacks that indicated those fish survive that typically what's known as the most challenging ocean set of circumstances in the early stage when they hit the ocean, but then they didn't survive to the adult stage. So that's an unusual question that we still don't have complete answer on. But also just kind of noting one other data point, last year, the forecast on the early component came in about twice that of the forecast. So seeing some mixed signals, as you kind of indicate, definitely a thorough conversation that we had. So see if any other staff have anything else to add to this conversation.
I could also just quickly add that that the OPI component also includes the Oregon Coastal Natural. So again, it's just a different component in the OPI process. But certainly welcome any Puget Sound folks to weigh in if they have anything else.
And while we wait see if there's any other staff, just one other thing that came to my mind was we did see pretty strong jack returns throughout the rest of the Oregon coast as well, more than just the Columbia. So just to note that for this year's forecast. But if there's anything else, otherwise, if there are any other questions, we can take that too.
Thanks, Tim and Ryan. Anyone from the Coastal or Puget Sound staff that wants to weigh in on Coho forecasting this year and why we're seeing some differences around the region? Not seeing any volunteers, but thanks for the question, Mr. Anderson. It's definitely something that's on our minds with some pretty poor forecasts to some of our particularly coastal stocks and a big forecast of the Columbia. What's our confidence in the forecast and what's it going to mean as we start to plan fisheries? Definitely something we've been putting a lot of thought into. Any other questions on the Columbia River forecast? I'm not seeing any more hands, Leah.
I'm not either, Kyle.
All right, with that, we'll move on to the next section of the presentation. So each year, as we start this process, the salmon technical team of the Pacific Fishery Management Council gets together and puts together a big document that summarizes the forecast, not just for Washington, but statewide, kind of puts them in perspective of recent years to give us an overview of how things are looking. WDFW's representative to the salmon technical team is Wendy Beagley, who's going to join us this morning and walk us through some highlights of the salmon technical team's latest document.
Thank you, Kyle, and good morning, everybody. As Kyle mentioned, my name is Wendy Beagley. I am the Ocean Salmon Fishery Manager for WDFW and also represent the agency on the Pacific Fishery Management Council Salmon Technical Team. I'll be running through the Chinook and Coho forecast tables compiled by the STT, and just want to mention that the STT is an advisory body to the Council, and their role in the preseason planning process is to help guide the Council through the process by providing impact assessments of proposed fishing regulations relative to salmon FMP guidelines and conservation criteria. So I'll be referring today to the tables from the STT's 2021 Preseason 1 report, where we discuss forecasts relevant to Council area fisheries. These are mostly ocean fisheries. And this is kind of a recap of what you've already heard throughout the morning, but these tables act as the starting point for the Council's work as they start to plan the 2021 ocean salmon fisheries. Before I share the tables, I do want to acknowledge all of the hard work of the state and tribal stock assessors to complete these forecasts in a really timely manner under some very challenging conditions. So we really, really appreciate your work. Do please note that these tables are preliminary. The finalized report will be published on the Council's website on March 1st. The Council's website is pcouncil.org. Again, that's pcouncil.org. So Leah, can I have the first slide, please? And this table is a bit of a beast. I'm sorry for the small font, but it has a lot of information here. I have bolded the 2021 forecast so that you can hopefully see them a little bit better. So starting with the Chinook forecast down in the California area, we see that California stocks Sacramento Fall and Klamath Fall have lower forecasts in 2021 than in 2020. That's particularly true for Sac Fall. And that will likely mean that there will be some reduced fishing opportunities south of Cape Falcon, particularly in the commercial troll fisheries in that area. More important to Washington fisheries are the Columbia River stocks that you just heard a lot about from Tim. We do have, I want to point out, I guess, summer Chinook first. We have an improved forecast relative to the last couple of years. And a lot of you will remember that we were paying pretty close attention to that stock as we developed fisheries the last couple of years. So things look better there. That's good news. And then for fall stocks, with the exception of upriver brights, the forecasts for fall stocks shown here are very similar or slightly higher than the 2020 forecasts. So LRH, or Lower River Hatchery forecast, is improved relative to 2020 and is very similar to what actually returned in 2020. Tim mentioned that the allowable exploitation rate on Lower River Tule should be 38% this year. That's identical to 2020. And that's often one of the primary constraints on ocean Chinook fisheries north of Cape Falcon. The upriver bright forecast is considerably higher than in 2020, but I would point out that that's still a little bit below the recent 10-year average. Give the next slide, please, Leah. Thank you. The Washington coastal Chinook stocks don't play a very big role in the Council area fisheries, but a lot of people will be interested in those who are thinking about the terminal or inside fisheries. Most forecasts here are similar to 2020 or up a bit. And as Chad mentioned in his presentation, relative to the 10-year average, most coastal natural forecasts fall into the neutral category along the coast. So I'll give you just a second to look at this slide, and then we'll move on to the next slide. Next slide, please, Leah. Thank you. And finally, we show a summary of the forecasts for the Puget Sound stock groups. And Puget Sound Chinook impacts tend to be quite low in Council area fisheries, but they're frequently a consideration during the preseason planning process due to their threatened status, as well as the need to share the very limited available impacts amongst all of our fisheries who rely on these stocks. The forecasts for 2021 are similar again to 2020, with some stocks up a little bit and some stocks down a little bit, but overall, we're down a bit from the 2020 levels. And again, as Chad pointed out in his presentation, most Puget Sound forecasts fall into the neutral category relative to the 10-year average. I would expect that as we start planning ocean fisheries, some of these stocks may be a factor and will require some shaping of ocean fisheries to make sure that we meet conservation requirements. Certainly, they'll also be key in planning the Puget Sound marine area fisheries as well as the terminal fisheries. Next slide, please, Leah. And moving on to Coho forecasts, I know that there's a lot of talk and excitement about the OPI area forecasts this year. They are very high. OPI is the Oregon Production Index, and that area includes all coho stocks that originate south of Ledbetter Point. The hatchery forecast this year in that area is 1.6 million. That's a sizable forecast. The Columbia early and late stock make up the majority of that forecast, and those are major contributors to the ocean fisheries, both north and south of Cape Falcon, as well as certainly the Columbia River fisheries. The lower river natural coho forecast is 39,200, and the allowable ER, as Tim mentioned, should be 30% this year. That's up from 18% last year. So that's an increased allowance. The OCN, or Oregon Coastal Natural Forecast, is up this year as well, and the allowable ER should be 15%, which is identical to 2020 and has been the case for several years now. And I wanted to point out that one of the effects of this large hatchery forecast that we oftentimes don't think about, but it's definitely worth noting, is that the mark rates in the ocean and Columbia River mark selective coho fisheries are predicted to be considerably higher than what we've predicted or observed for the last few years. I don't want to dampen all of the excitement around OPI forecasts, but we do see a very different picture with the Washington coastal stocks this year, and that discussion was just had. But I want to point out that all of the coastal natural coho forecasts, except for Willapa Bay, are down relative to the 2020 levels, and all of them are really low. And specifically, I'd call your attention to the Queets River. The ocean abundance there before fishing, this is before any fishing at all, is forecast to be 3,900. That's natural coho. The escapement floor for that stock is 5,800. So even with no fishing at all, that stock is forecast to be below the escapement floor, which is really concerning. So as we go into the planning process, the preseason planning process, we're going to have to be really cognizant of, especially Queets, but I think all of the coastal stocks. And work hard to try to minimize impacts to those stocks. Thank you, Leah. I've got a little unstable internet connection here, so I apologize for the delay. At the top of this slide, you'll see the remaining coastal stocks, Quileute and North Coast Independent stocks. And again, the forecasts for those stocks are down from previous years, from 2020. And you'll also see the Puget Sound coho forecasts, which Chad did a good job of going through. Those are similar to or a little better than the forecast from 2020, but the forecasts continue to fall into that neutral or poor category relative to the 10-year average. And again, Puget Sound coho stocks aren't major contributors to the ocean fisheries, but certainly they're key to planning for Puget Sound fisheries and other inside terminal fisheries. So I guess that concludes the presentation of the STT forecast tables for 2021. Again, I'd point out that the complete report should be available on the council's website on March 1st. And again, that website is pcouncil.org. So at this time, I would try to answer any questions or have stock assessors answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. I don't think people know the volume of information that STT has to compile and get into a couple of reports in January and February each year. And this year you did it all without actually meeting. So congratulations on a job well done.
Thank you.
So once again, if you have questions for Wendy, she or other staff members might be the ones to answer them, but please use the raised hand function and we will go down the list.
And it looks like our first question is from David. David, I have asked you to unmute.
Hi, David Moskowitz with Conservation Angler, and appreciate the opportunity. I was curious, Wendy, you mentioned, and I think I couldn't tell if this was a concern or just an observation, but you talk about the mark rates are going to be higher on the for the Coho, and I wondered if you could just elaborate on what you were intending to convey there, if that was a concern or something. I just didn't quite understand the context of that. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That's not a concern. It's just an observation that, a lot of times in our selective fisheries, we try to predict what the mark rate will be. And sometimes we predict a little low and sometimes we predict a little high, but it's always good in mark selective fisheries if we can predict a high mark rate. And this year we're predicting mark rates in the range of 70% or greater in a lot of our ocean fisheries and in the Columbia River as well. So that should provide a pretty high quality selective fishery experience. So that was my point.
Thank you.
It looks like our next question is from Randy. Randy, I've asked you to unmute.
Thank you. I think Wendy just answered my question. I'm assuming that mark rate on Coho is relative to the observations of jacks returning and the percentages of marked jacks. But that was going to be my question. What are the, how do you come up with that number? Thank you.
Randy, that's a great question. And it's based on the proportion of hatchery and wild fish in the mixed stock fisheries. And so because we've got a very high hatchery forecast this year, that drives the mark rate up.
All right. Any other questions for Wendy before we move on?
And that's all the questions I'm seeing right now, Kyle.
All right. Thanks, Leah. Well, amazingly, we're 2 hours into the meeting and we were almost exactly on schedule. So the next section of our meeting are some updates from our director's office, starting with Tom McBride. And hopefully Tom is online. It's hard to sort through all the names and make sure, but do we need to unmute Tom or is he?
Can you hear me?
We can, Tom.
Great.
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Kyle, and good morning, everyone. Tom McBride, I'm the legislative director for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. When Ron Warren asked me to provide a legislative update, I kind of had to think about how to make this relevant to what you're about to do and useful. It's North of Falcon's a lot of work. And I thought maybe what I can do is give you some broader context with what's going on with the legislature. And there's 3 areas under active consideration that I think are relevant to what you're doing. And I'll talk about them in order. The first one being the department's mission and our operating and capital budgets. Secondly, I talk a little bit about what's going on with addressing climate change. And third, to talk a little bit about habitat and land use. It's quite a bit going on in the legislature. I'm happy to take questions on any other issues at the end if you want. I'll just leave that up to you. And my goal is just to let you know, here's where the legislature is working on kind of some of these big picture items. You're kind of keeping the whole thing afloat by figuring out this list of approved fisheries. But I think we're starting to pull in the same direction. And so I hope this is encouraging to you. It was kind of encouraging for me to put it together. So first up, mission and budget. A lot of you are aware that, since the 2008 recession, the department had, a good decade of tough budgets, money not restored, one-time funding that's hard to plan and do a good job with. Last year, a new director, Kelly Sissewind, kind of a very public and pronounced re-emphasis of conservation and relevancy to everyone who lives in this state. Is very well received by the legislature. And what you saw in the budget last year was a dedicated ongoing general fund state to do our mission and to work on these issues. It's gotten rid of the structural problems and the one-time funding. So it's really a positive event. This year, I think you're going to see us stay the course. And when I say stay the course, what I mean is there's always tough decisions to make. You all are going to make some tough decisions over the next couple of weeks. We make them. Some of them were dealing with the COVID-19 and closures and access issues. Some of them more recently were coastal steelhead restrictions, dealing with domoic acid on the coast with razor clams, with Dungeness crab, dealing with commercial whale watching restrictions to benefit southern resident killer whales. So there's always going to be tough decisions. And then how those interact with our budget, with the legislature. One, we have to weather that kind of legislative scrutiny. But two, we still have to be smart about what we ask for money for. So this year, we've asked for more money to remove sea lions on the Columbia River, pursuant to our expanded permit. We've asked for more money to study pinnipeds in the Puget Sound and on the coast and look at choke points and whether we can do a better job there. We've asked to continue to maximize our hatchery production and look for some capital expansion to increase hatchery production. Also relevant to that is we've asked for a continuation of the one-time money to tribes and PUDs for increased hatchery production. And I think that's actually been pretty well received in the legislature. So when I say stay the course, what I think is we try to make good decisions for conservation, try to make good decisions for opportunity, and we continue to try to be smart in how we invest our money. I think the legislature likes what they've seen out of the department the last year or two, and I think that's going to continue. The second kind of broad area is climate change. Governor's office is pushing to put in place kind of a structure and the authority for government to regulate greenhouse gas emissions. There's a bill that some of you may have heard of, cap and trade, but in Washington, we're looking at something called cap and invest. And that would focus on emitters and distributors of fossil fuels and having to reduce those emissions or having to buy allowances to cover the greenhouse gases that are being emitted. And those allowances, the payments for those would be reinvested. There's a bunch of bills that come underneath that umbrella. Some deal with reducing the carbon intensity of transportation fuel. Some deal with hydrofluorocarbons coming out of refrigerators and air conditioning units, reducing natural gas for buildings. That bill probably is not going forward because a lot of you followed what happened in Texas. Renewable energy, wind, solar, sometimes is not as predictable. And so I think what you're likely to see when it comes to climate change, I think probably the reduction in carbon intensity for transportation fuels, that's a bill 1091. If I had to predict, I'd say that one will pass into law. And then some of these other things are going to be considered. But I do think it's important when we looked at that earlier slides about ocean conditions and warming and dealing with those issues, the legislature is paying attention and they're finally starting, I think, to act on those issues. The final thing I wanted to mention to y'all is probably for me, the more exciting part is what we're doing in land use. what we're doing with habitat.
But it'll still be good.
Excuse me? No. So habitat and land use, several bills. First, there's a bill 1117. It goes into our land use laws and it puts in place the legal requirement of net ecological gain. Now, many of you are familiar with no net loss. A lot of our development is supposed to provide no net loss in habitat or ecosystem functioning. Net ecological gain is let's start trying to claw back some of what we've lost already. It has support from local government, which was tricky to get. Partly that's based on net ecological gain would be obtained on public projects, not on individual residential projects. There's a cost to it, so we'll see if the legislature is willing to fund making this change. There's a bill that deals with shoreline hard armory, bulkheads, particularly in the Puget Sound. What it would require is that when you go in to replace those structures, you must use the least impacting replacement option, least impacting on fish and the environment. There's a couple of bills that deal with streamlining permits for habitat restoration for salmon. And as I mentioned before, this idea of kind of not just holding where we're at, but clawing back some habitat, clawing back some productivity, I think it's important for all of us. All of you know that what the legislature is doing this year isn't going to make your job easier or help you deal with run size predictions this year. But I do think you can take a message here that you're going to see more action, maybe a little more funding, and probably some help in the future. I guess the last thing I'd say is I kind of have some sympathy for all of you having to hold this whole thing together while we take the long view of more productivity, but I think we'll get there. And so I'm going to finish there and take any questions. The questions can be about what I talked about, or they can be about any other bills that you might have heard of. And if I know something about it, I'll share it. So Kyle, I don't know if you got questions or not.
Thanks, Tom. We have a few minutes for questions if you're willing to take them. So we'll do the same thing. We'll ask people to use the raise your hand feature and we'll see if anyone has questions for you.
It looks like we have a question from Joel. Joel, I have asked you to unmute.
Hi, am I on the air?
Yes, you are.
Sir. Hi, Joel Kawahar from Quilcene. I am wondering about the funding for culvert replacement that we were mandated to go forward with, and how that is coming. Thank you.
Yeah, so great question. The legislature, I think, has a pretty good commitment to the replacement culverts. There's some, that bill I mentioned to you earlier about cap and invest. One of the issues that came up just in the last couple of weeks was whether half of the revenue from that process should go to transportation to deal with culverts and to help deal with culverts. So I think you're looking at positive legislative action on funding culvert replacement. The trickier issue is going to be the culverts that aren't on state land. A lot of times between the state lands and the salt water. So you may be going through a city or a county. That's a big chunk of work, but we don't want to clear upstream culverts and not take care of the downstream ones. So maybe after we get the state culverts done, we start focusing on all those culverts in between state land and the salt water.
And it looks like we have a question from Shannon. Shannon, I have asked you to unmute.
Okay, I've unmuted. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks for the update, Tom. Good presentation. When I was involved in the Citizens Advisory Committee hydraulic permits, we got a great presentation from the department about how the culverts are funded by 3 cents on every gallon of gas sold in the state of Washington. So that's or 2 cents, 2 cents. That's right, 2 cents. And so that's a limiting factor as to how much money you can come up with. My comment to the state was that if you had raised it 1 cent more, that'd be quite an additional amount of money to work with. So that's just a comment. So my question today has to deal with seals and sea lions in Puget Sound. I see you mentioned about additional funding for Columbia River, but we've got a terrible problem up here. And my observations come with 50 years fishing in Puget Sound, okay? And my comment is that many years ago, we didn't have sea lions, especially down in to what we're seeing today, especially in the Snohomish and Skagit systems, where we have some terrible problems with getting populations up to fishing standards. And not only in Skagit and Snohomish, where we see these huge populations of sea lions, California sea lions in particular. Bellingham Bay has a massive seal problem, as we call it. And once again, it's not the populations that we used to see, as I mentioned, 40 years ago, even 50. And additionally, we're starting to see northern Instellers show up, which are rather problematic when you're trying to make a living here. So hopefully somewhere along the line, we can come up with some funding to deal with these predators. That's my comment. And I'm hoping that maybe you could give us an update on anything that would help us here in Puget Sound.
Yeah, Shannon, I'll give you a quick answer, then I'm going to bring Nate Pamplin in on this. As you know, the Marine Mammal Protection Act is very good at its job. We recently completed a multi-year effort to get a permit to remove California's Instellers off the Columbia River. Part of our budget request this year is for the money to actually do those removals on the Columbia River. And then the second piece of it is to do some studying on seals and pinnipeds in the Puget Sound and on the coast. As you probably know, kind of a general cull of seals on the Puget Sound probably isn't politically realistic, but are there some choke points or some specific issues we could address? We might find something out there. But Nate, you want to jump in here and provide a little more detail on that?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Good morning, everybody. Nate Pamplin, Director of Budget and Government Affairs, and I serve as our kind of lead on pinniped management issues. In addition to the 2 requests Tom mentioned, there's also a request that actually has funding going to RCO to help with creating some improvements on Hood Canal Bridge to encourage fish passage. Hood Canal Bridge, especially for out-migrating smolts, basically serves as a barrier, and the mortality on steelhead smolts in that system kind of rivals some of the hydropower mortality estimates. So hopefully that funding will be approved. We've have been ramping up our efforts in Puget Sound, looking at diet studies and estimating smolt consumption. We have information that shows out of the 45 million smolts, that includes both wild and hatchery production, you know, the consumption rate can be as high as almost a third of those smolts are consumed. It can also be a lot lower, and that's where the science comes in and why we want to have this additional funding to really hone in on estuaries of concern. As far as adult impacts, that's something that I should say, sea lions feeding on adults that are returning. We certainly know of those choke points, but as far as what the predation rates are, we don't have that information on Puget Sound at the same level as we do with harbor seal smolt consumption. So there's been 3 bills introduced this year on pinnipeds. I think all of them now are kind of past the cutoff point, but there's still are the department's budget requests and also some talk about some additional provisos coming in. So I hope that helps.
Thanks, Tom, for the update and taking some questions. Thanks for jumping in on that one, Nate. I didn't even realize you were with us this morning. But thanks again, Tom. We probably need to move on to our next speaker, and we've got some invited guests that are in the room waiting too. So we will move on to, from the Director's Office, Jeff Davis, our Director of Conservation Policy, is going to speak for a few minutes.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Kyle. As Kyle mentioned, my name's Jeff Davis. I'm the Director of Conservation Policy, working out of the Director's Policy team, and here today to talk about the favorite H of everyone, habitat, and the bold actions that are necessary. Next slide, please. So I do put in quotes here, all salmon need properly functioning watershed conditions. I think sometimes we think of natural origin different than hatchery fish and their needs. And you know, all hatchery fish need habitat too, and they need clean, cool water, whether that be running through the hatchery or running down the stream to make sure that we increase their survival rates. And I do want to say that there's a sample of properly functioning conditions or watershed indicators here on this slide. But I also want to point out, this is the tribes have been doing a phenomenal job pointing out habitat conditions and habitat needs. And I would encourage all of you to take a look at their new 2020 State of Our Watersheds report. That report includes these properly functioning conditions and kind of where they're sitting right now and what their trend line is over the last decade or more. So it's a great resource from my perspective. And you'll see if you look at that as you know, just driving around Washington, that the various watersheds are in various states of condition compared to these watershed indicators. So it's, you know, if you're in the green watershed, much more impacted as opposed to, say, the Queets or Quinault, although there's still a lot of habitat work to do out there. It gives you a measure of where we are today. Next slide. So this is one you probably have all heard me say before, but just connecting dots. So when we think about climate change and human population growth, et cetera, and the fact that, you know, Chinook and Coho sizes are shrinking through time, you all know that smaller Chinook and Coho females have fewer eggs, and their shallower reds are dug. And then in comes climate change. So freshwater variability has been increasing, flood frequency and intensity. So, you know, if we get a shallow red, we're going to see increased scour from the stream bed and loss of those eggs. And then if it's a stock that resides in freshwater through the summer, we're seeing hotter and hotter and lower summer base flows. So we've got trouble ahead, and it seems to be increasing. Next slide, please. So we have a disconnect between our salmon recovery plans. So there's this big network of entities working together, the state, the tribes, the federal government, local governments, local restoration groups, all working together under these salmon recovery plans that we developed in the early 2000s. And then you have the land use and local government planning side of this, planning under the Growth Management Act. And those two have never really been connected. For example, you have public works and local governments doing restoration projects, but never necessarily walking across the hallway to the planning department, the long range planning department, and making sure that the key elements of the salmon recovery plans are being considered in the growth management planning. I do have to say that for a long time, the standard for development or land use within a watershed has been no net loss of habitat or function. We never formally established the baseline from which we measure no net loss. So in other words, when jurisdictions or others have taken a look at what is happening in these watersheds, they have documented some minor losses when the permits are followed, and major losses when there's violations of those permits. I do have to say this is super important to connect these dots, meaning the salmon recovery plans and making sure that the growth management or land use plans aren't undoing the restoration efforts that we're trying in these watersheds. And that's important because we have 3 million more people that are projected to show up here over the next couple decades. And at the rate that we've been funding habitat restoration, it's only been 22% of what's been identified. And that's not considering climate change. So we've got some work to do here. Next slide, please. All right, so bold actions. As Tom mentioned, there's some legislation happening right now. Both key bills are on the floor of the House right now that would require the department to do rulemaking to pull out key salmon recovery plan elements and identify things that needed to be incorporated into growth management plans. I think there's a key piece here too, where when we say growth management plans now, today, or historically, it really has been focused on just critical areas or the most sensitive areas within a watershed. And as you can see by that first slide, we had the properly functioning conditions. It goes way beyond just a riparian buffer, although a riparian area is critically important to those functions. The other piece of this, we have to establish that in the current environmental baseline or those current watershed conditions formally, so that as we're measuring that no net loss and the net gains from restoration and broader public projects, that we can see whether or not we're actually moving towards those properly functioning conditions for the watershed, and thus what the salmon need. It also, in my experience, there's a bunch of monitoring that happens across the state. And it's independent monitoring that almost never is really rolled up to connect dots and tell the whole story of what's actually happening. So, one of those bills would require that monitoring to be coordinated by the Department of Fish and Wildlife with state and local governments and tribes, and also track those environmental conditions, as well as improve like our fish in, fish out monitoring, so that we can tie, are these watersheds moving in the right direction? If we're improving habitat or access or the water quality, are we actually making a difference for freshwater productivity for salmon and steelhead? the key, I think, always is that DFW, the state, and tribes and local governments, we have to work together. This is, we're talking about 7.2 million people in the state of Washington, and all of us have some footprint in our watersheds. And so it takes a pretty large scale to advance actual recovery. And finally, on this one, I would say, 22% of what we've identified in that is needed to be spent to restore habitat in these watersheds is not ever going to get us caught up to the increasing climate change and increasing human population, nor is it going to get us ahead of that. And that's one of the fears that I have moving forward, is we have to catch up sooner than later. And then we got to finally get ahead so that we give salmon the best shot at being sustainable, healthy stocks and or recovery. Next slide, please. And this is my favorite slide. Ask not what salmon recovery can do for you, ask what you can do for salmon to recover salmon. And I think about this when I think about our constraining stocks like the Stillaguamish. I know Chairman Yanity and the Stilly tribe and some fishermen are really, I know we're leaning into our partnership with the Stilly tribe and really trying to vastly increase the scope and scale of the restoration efforts within the watershed so that we can reverse this trend in Chinook and the Stillaguamish. And that's what it really is going to take, in my opinion, in order to maximize and restore the opportunities for fishing, but also keeping in mind that we want our future generations of our kids and grandkids to be able to have these opportunities. And right now is a critical junction. So anyway, appreciate your time. Happy to work with any of you. We come one, come all. Habitat's a gnarly one because it does touch every 7.2 million people in the state of Washington, and it's kind of hard to wrestle. But thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for joining us this morning and doing that presentation. For people who don't know, Jeff has been close by the salmon management team side through the past 2 North of Falcons, really listening to what we have going on and what's putting limits on our fishery. So appreciate Jeff being there with us through that and doing everything he's trying to do for habitat to get us to a better place. With that, we're going to move on. We do have some guests with us today, and I'm going to turn it over to them for a while. They're going to talk about co-management and whatever else is on their minds. To kick us off, we have JT Austin from the governor's office. I'm not sure if we need to unmute JT, Leah, but if you could help me do that, that would be great.
I have promoted our guests to co-host so they can unmute themselves.
Okay, so you should be able to unmute yourself, JT.
I think I did, and I tried to put my video on. Is any of that working?
We see you and hear you.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you. Thanks, Kyle, and thanks everyone who's participating today. Good morning, everyone. And for those who may not know me, I am JT Austin, Senior Policy Advisor on Natural Resources to Governor Inslee. And it is a real pleasure to be here with you today in these important discussions. I would say it's wonderful to see your faces, but I only see black screens. But I do hope we'll be able to get together in person again very soon. My gift to you today is 1, I don't have any slides, and 2, my remarks will be brief. I'm here today to share the governor's support for co-management, his desire for collaboration and mutual respect, and his belief that we can work together and achieve agreements that result in increased economic vitality and a healthy, sustainable environment for all Washingtonians to benefit from. As you all know, all too well, salmon management in Washington state is an incredibly complicated effort. And this effort relies upon government-to-government cooperation. Cooperation between the sovereigns, the tribes, and the state of Washington. These sovereigns are the co-managers. In Washington state, each co-manager is responsible for managing natural resources and regulating the fisheries within its jurisdiction to collectively create a coordinated and comprehensive approach to management. The state and the treaty tribes have cooperatively managed fisheries since the early 1980s. DFW's mission statement actually contains a provision for the agency to work with tribal governments to ensure that fish and wildlife management objectives are achieved. The courts have determined that tribes are entitled to a specific share of the available harvest of resources available at their usual and accustomed grounds and stations, and to manage the use of those resources. Cooperative management keeps us out of the courts. Cooperative management unites us around meeting the conservation needs of the resources for today and for future generations to come. Cooperative management addresses the social, economic, and cultural needs of treaty and non-treaty fisheries alike. Cooperative management is co-management. While co-management will need to continue to evolve to address changing resource and management needs, including climate change and changing ocean conditions, the co-management framework has provided and continues to provide a reliable planning forum for addressing the resource conservation and allocation issues that are so very important to all of us. We do our best when we identify our common interest, establish our goals, build our plans, and drive our cooperative efforts. We gather today and in days to come because of our common interests and shared goals. Interests and goals that we can protect and achieve through these cooperative efforts. North of Falcon is the place where fish management comes together on a real-time basis, watershed by watershed and stock by stock. Annual fishing plans are shaped here and guide the season's fisheries. Many factors influence these watersheds, from growth and development practices to loss of habitat to water use and water quality and more. North of Falcon comes around every year, and every year North of Falcon is hard. But hard shouldn't discourage us, hard should unite us. We cannot let frustrations about the forum or individuals derail us. We can't let fears that certain interests are being left out or not prioritized the way that we want them to be keep us from working towards our common goals. More fish in the system for all and the habitat necessary to support them. Less conflict and fear in our lives and our communities. More opportunity and prosperity. People build coalitions and develop partnerships because they are stronger in their cause together. Co-management creates a stronger foundation to fisheries management and allocation in our state. Co-management has decreased conflict, increased mutual understanding, kept us out of the courts, and puts us out on the water. The negotiations and decisions involved in co-managing the resource are appropriately made between the sovereigns. Sovereigns who work together, bringing voice to their respective constituent interests while working to improve the health and future of the resource. Sovereigns who are committed to working together cooperatively, overcoming a history of divisiveness and moving towards stronger relationships built on trust and respect. I thank you for your time today. I understand that I'm speaking to the choir and most of you know most of this stuff, but I do want to bring the governor's message and the governor's support today. Thank you for your commitment to actual salmon recovery and to a successful 2021 North of Falcon. Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you, JT. And I believe Director Susuwind is online and looks like he's unmuted his mic, so he is up next.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, JT. I will mirror JT in trying to keep it short and no slides. And it'll be even shorter because there's a lot of overlap. Maybe I should have coordinated more with JT, a lot of the same message. So I was just going to talk a little bit about our co-management. Also, today's really about forecast, but I wanted to talk a little bit about looking forward into that North of Falcon season setting, excuse me. It's going to be another tough year. As JT said, it's always a tough year, but it's going to be another tough year this year. You saw the forecast. We've got a real mixed bag out there. But as you all know, we have to manage these fisheries. We fish primarily in a mixed stock situation where we have to protect that most vulnerable stock, and that drives our fisheries. And I don't say that to be a downer, but expectations management. When I talk to folks, often they'll say, yeah, but a given run looks pretty good or decent at least. And there's not a knowledge there that, well, but to access that run, we can't impact those runs that are vulnerable. So we're always driven by that most constraining stock. I think most of the folks here know that. Stilly's the perennial, Stilly Chinook is the perennial constraining stock on that. And so these are always going to be hard discussions. That's why we bring Jeff and folks like Jeff in. We have to turn this around. The discussions, the allocation discussions will get much easier when we have more fish. That's the bottom line. If there's more to go around, it's a lot easier discussion. Unfortunately, the thing we really don't want is the easiest allocation discussion of all. And that's where we don't have enough fish to fish on and everybody gets nothing. Allocation is easy, but we failed ourselves, we failed our kids, and we failed our grandkids. So going into North of Falcon this year, the point I want to make is it really needs to be this collaborative effort we've been working on. We're all living in a divisive world right now, locally, federally, worldwide. There's a lot of division going on, but we are so much better served if we stand together rather than being apart. We have a common interest. We're way more in common than not. You're here today because you're passionate about this resource. I should only speak for myself, but I think it applies broadly. I'm about zoomed out. And the last thing I want to do is go to another Zoom meeting. And you all on your own time during the week, during the workday, are here at another Zoom meeting because you care and you're passionate. I'll tell you, the tribes are beyond passionate. These fisheries are their culture. This is who they are. This is their identity. We should be and are aligned. So in the interest of that, in the interim between last North of Falcon and this North of Falcon, I reached out to Chairwoman Loomis and Chairman Yanity and a few other tribal leaders and asked them to come together and help us kind of rekindle that collaborative effort. Co-management is the law, but cooperation is really what makes these things work, or lack of cooperation is what makes them not work. How do we understand each other's needs? How do we respect each other's needs? We don't have to really identify with them, but we have to understand and realize they are each other's needs. How do we put ourselves in each other's shoes? How would you feel about a given outcome of a given fishery? And how do we actually get to a fishery that works for everybody, not just one side? And we have to do that as a collective whole. You saw a lot of the stuff that goes into these decisions earlier today. I sincerely believe in this cooperative approach. I believe in it if we were only talking about harvest and allocation, but it's even more critical when we talk about turning these stocks around, which is really the bottom line for all of us. That's why we've worked hard to bring habitat in. As Kyle said, in the last couple of years, we're talking about habitat at North of Falcon, not just harvest. So we're trying to bring it together. I think you'll hear from Chairman Yanity. I haven't coordinated with him, but I think he'll talk to you about some more detail on what we're doing in the Stilly. We have a great cooperative effort going on there to address that habitat, to turn those stocks around. It doesn't take much of a turnaround on a constraining stock to open up fisheries. That's not to go after that constraining stock when you're starting to make progress, but it's to allow you to go after those stocks that are healthier. And so if we can remove that constraining stock, then we can move on. It's not a panacea. You don't get to go to wide open, but you get to move up to the next constraining stock. And you have to tick these things off until you've got enough of them removed that you can actually have the fisheries that's going to satisfy all of us. So I want to first really thank Chairwoman Loomis and Sean for Chairman Yanity, for being here today. We asked them to come out today. it takes a lot of courage to step into this forum, I think, and neither one of them even blinked. They said, of course, we'll be there. They believe, as I do, in this cooperative approach, that we're all better standing together. If we meet each other's needs, we collectively meet everybody's needs. And so I want to express my appreciation to them for being here. It takes, again, a definite commitment to this collaborative approach for them to show up here today and give you, kind of tell you what's on their mind. And so I will, with that, I want to thank you all for being here as well. I will not be in the afternoon sessions, unfortunately, today. We have a commission meeting going on, but I hope the rest of the day is productive as well, and you get into some good, productive, detailed discussions. With that, I'm going to turn it over, I believe, to Chairwoman Loomis first.
I think I'm on. Am I on?
You are, Lorraine.
Okay, thanks, Kyle. And first of all, I want to thank Director Kelly for inviting us here. We used to come on an annual basis to meet with you all and let you know our concerns of our stocks. And for some reason, we did stop that. I hope that we can continue on after this. And thank you, JT Austin. It's good to know that the governor is behind co-management. The tribes are directly are for co-management. We just can't work without co-management, and it is better to talk together and agree together than to try to go our own way. So we are definitely for that. And it's unfortunately maybe for me, but I've been here in North of Falcon since the start of it, and which is a long time. And we've had good times and bad times, and I think that at the end of each year, I say next year will be better, but it isn't easy to divide up the few stocks that we have available to us, and so it's tough. And the more discussions we have, it will help. And we, of course, the tribes are concerned about our Chinook stocks, and they don't seem to be recovering, and they've been bad for a long time, and ocean conditions doesn't help this, and climate change doesn't help this, but we have to keep working on it. And again, our Coho forecasts, we are concerned about the Creeks and the Straits, and some of the others are not as bad in Puget Sound, but they are weak. They are not good stock. So, and just I know we don't talk a lot about Sockeye on the Fraser this year, but those that are interested in the Fraser, I do this year chairing the Sockeye Fraser Sockeye fish panel. And as usual, we've had bad Fraser Sockeye runs as well, and it seems that climate change and ocean conditions are not helping, and we hope that this year is not going to be any better, and we hope to have some pink runs and a little bit of harvest on that, not a lot. So the 1922 hopefully is the strong cycle, and hopefully we'll see fishing at that time. The concern of chum is is all over Puget Sound is concerning to the tribes. And we know on the north side, the Skagits, Snohomish, the Steelhead, all have been bad for since 2002, and they just don't seem to be rebuilding, and we don't reach escapement on those. But what is concerning is the South Sound chums that seem to be going downhill as well, and so we're very concerned about the chum stocks. I want to acknowledge the fact of habitat, and Jeff, I loved your presentation. I'm glad that you put on the screen the 2020 State of our Watersheds report, and I urge everyone to go to our Northwest website and look that up. It's a very thorough book, and it has every Puget Sound run on it, and the problems that we have with each of the rivers, and all of those are coming from restoration research projects that we have done on the different river systems. So I'm glad that Director Suswin and Jeff and the tribes have added habitat to the North of Falcon process, and it's just so important. It's that fisheries managers can't make more fish. Only our hatcheries and the habitat can do that, and all our fish, we are losing habitat faster than we can fix it. But the state and tribes can't fix the habitat by themselves. They need help. They need everybody to join together and help. And the only way we're going to recover salmon is by fixing our habitat. So I urge everyone to join where you can in your areas to help with habitat. And I'm thankful that I'm not thankful for the process that we happen to use right now. It's really hard. We don't get a chance to sit and talk with other people that are interested in salmon, and so it's hard to do it this way, but we have no choice. And so what it makes us do is have more meetings, more and more meetings, and more Zoom meetings. And so again, I just wish everybody that we have a good talks. We'll be talking again, and you'll have a chance to ask us any questions during one of the North of Falcon 2, I think, and so we look forward to answering any questions that you have concerns over any of the river systems, and so I'm happy that that we'll be able to do that. So thanks again, and thanks again, Director Suswin and JT and Jeff and Kyle and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Loomis. I believe we also have Chairman Yanity online, and if he should be able to unmute himself when he is ready. There he is.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks, Lorraine, Director Suswin, JT, WDFW staff, and everybody that's on the call. I'm Sean Yanity. I'm Chairman and Fisheries Manager for the Stillaguamish Tribe. I'm also Vice Chairman of the Northwest Indian Fish Commission. And I'd like to just share 4 points. co-management habitat work, our hatchery program, and the impacts to our community relating to the Stillaguamish stock. Stillaguamish takes our co-management responsibility very serious, not just with the state, but also with Alaska, Canada, the feds, and our relative tribes. And we're all in this together. I keep reminding folks that when the fish populations declined, our chairman back in the early 90s, my Uncle Lou, he closed the fisheries down in the river for subsistence and ceremonial. And while everybody still fished on our fish out ahead of us. And a lot of people think that's how you recover fish, by closing the rivers off. And that doesn't do anything. For us terminal tribes, those fish are a part of the allocation to be caught. And with strange stocks like Stillaguamish, they're not surplus fish. These fish are allowable impacts to allow harvest to happen. And that's the catch that we're in. We're trying to recover these stocks. And so makes co-management a lot more difficult. And so it makes our work a lot harder for a terminal tribe to not only look out for our future generations, but the state's future generations as well, of being able to have fish to catch. I want to thank the department for their commitment of meeting with Stillaguamish and the Northwest Indian Fish Commission on habitat work. We put together a group that works on a pilot project to put plans together on specifically identifying where there's need, how we can work together, who we bring in to address the habitat needs. Our pilot project focuses on our recovery plan and any other things that we can bring together for that. So we work on things such as permitting. How do we get permits expedited for recovery plans, expedited for the habitat projects? We see that the county and the state, or county and the cities, are allowed to get expedited permits for emergency reasons that degrade habitat. And so, but the fish process gets constrained and is more expensive to go through, and we've got more bureaucracy and permitting. So we're trying to work on those issues. We're working on target areas, estuary flooding, side channel, landslides as well. Working together on our state and federal legislative body to help with enforcement, funding for enforcement, funding for more projects, funding to monitor the projects, more funding to help DFW monitor fisheries, and just the protection of listed stocks and hatchery efforts for everybody. Our hatchery program started out in the 80s. We started out using bathtubs to raise Chinook, and my Uncle Lou at the time decided we were going to start focusing on the wild stock, and that's where we're going to put our money, is save the stilly stocks instead of supplemental. And so our conservation program is an integrated stock to ensure the survival of our stock. But what we're finding, because of habitat issues, the flooding and low water levels, that we have the hatchery fish are returning at greater numbers than our natural spawning fish. So that creates a concern for us. If we're trying to recover this stock as a natural run stock, we're only taking 25% of the population off the river with our agreement with NOAA to supplement this run and keep it going. And that 25% is close to 75% of the fish returning. So it's showing that habitat needs are needing to improve, and the hatchery fish also need the habitat We have a South Fork hatchery that we work on the South Fork population. A few years ago, the run population was estimated to be about 100 fish. Our staff went out and captured smolts on their outward migration, brought them back to the hatchery, and we raised them. We did genetic testing on them to make sure that we didn't have strays, and we are raising them to full size, or we raised them to full size adult, spawn them, raise those to full size adult, spawn them. Last year, we did a release of about 120,000 fish. This year, we're doing a release of about 195,000. The impacts to our community for the Stillaguamish tribe is a deterioration of our culture. Salmon are a very deep-rooted piece of our culture. They are in our songs, they're in our creation stories. They are a very important staple to the food of our health of our people, as well as our ceremonies. And not having fish to be able to go out and feed the ceremony, feed our people in our community is a direct leak to our blood life of the river, of our community, is that connection with the salmon people. And so we understand there's a dependency out there for everybody for salmon, passing those things on to their kids, taking their kids out fishing and sharing that and just the passion to fish. We understand that. We understand that very much. It's a religious practice for us. And so working as hard as we can not to make an impact on that. But unfortunately, those low returning numbers of fish, we've got to protect the fish so we have that for future generations. And as Director Suswan had mentioned, those mixed stocked areas are the areas of concern of where those impacts are. The catch and release, the mortality of drop-off rates. And so we got to work through those issues. You have our commitment that we're going to continue to work on those issues, protect the future. And one of the things I'd like to share is, depending on some of the years, on the size of the run coming back to Stilly, our whole tribal allocation for Chinook could be anywhere between 10 fish to 100 fish, whatever that is. But the years that were really slim, like a couple years ago when we were 15, I remember not too far, we were 10 fish. There's a lot of recreational fishers out there that catch more fish personally than our whole tribe is allotted. And that's the hole I need to get as a tribal leader, a fisherman, a father. I've got to do something to preserve our culture, our way of life, to better our community without creating unbalance. And so it's not easy. It stresses me, it stresses my family and our community, trying to bring these fish back home and survive. And as Chairwoman Loomis has said, we need your help too. We've all got to be in this together. And so with that, I want to say thank you again for having an opportunity to speak to everybody. I too wish we were in person like we were a few years ago. And so with that, I want to thank everybody. Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you, Chairman Yanity and Chairwoman Loomis. We put you on the tail end of a long meeting, and part of that was because you thought it was important for people to sort of have the stage set and see the the challenges we're looking at this year with abundance returning to different watersheds. And so I hope your message was heard after all of that. I appreciate you both joining us today. It's very meaningful for me and everyone else listening. We're just about right on time with our morning session. From this point, in a few minutes, we're going to split the room into breakouts according to the breakout you signed up for when you registered for the meeting. We're going to let each breakout group sort of get into their room and decide what sort of break they want to take before they reconvene. I'm sure most people will at least want a bathroom break, if not a short lunch break, before the groups get rolling. So we'll do that in just a couple of minutes. I lost a good friend this week, a guy who cared about salmon and salmon fishing as much as anybody did. So I wanted to take a minute to recognize him.
Thanks, Kyle. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Baltzell. I'm the statewide salmon and steelhead manager for the department. WDFW lost a treasured family member this week. If you've been around this preseason process for any time in the last 30 to 35 years, you likely knew who Doug Millward was. Doug was everything you'd want in a friend and a colleague and a mentor. He was also everything you'd want in a resource manager. He was thoughtful, he was fair, and he cared a lot about the resources. He also cared more about the people. Doug was a special person to everyone he met, and he will truly be missed.
Thanks, Mark. And thanks to everybody for joining us this morning. We are going to, this is our first time doing a Zoom meeting with these breakout sessions, so everybody please bear with us as we get it sorted out. We'll try to make sure everybody gets in the right room. So Leah, what do we need to do to break up the room?
So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now.
Once again, appreciate everybody's patience as we work through the technical difficulties. For those who don't know me, my name is Mark Baltzell. I'm the statewide salmon and steelhead manager for the department. You are in the Puget Sound breakout room. We're going to get started here in just a second. I think we are almost empty of the unassigned participants. I want to give it just another second here. Maybe we can move to the first slide and I can just kind of start talking through some of these slides, Jake. So welcome everybody. Again, my name is Mark Baltzell. I introduced myself, but with me here today from the department, we have a number of regional staff. Kind of the heavy hitters or the talkers today are going to be Chad Herring. He's our anadromous resource policy analyst in the intergovernmental salmon unit. Some of you may remember Chad from his previous stint in the Willapa Bay Basin. Decided to move on into Puget Sound and help from a more policy level. Jake Rice. Jake is the new Puget Sound salmon manager this year. He's been on the job less than 6 months, first North of Falcon. Happy to have him. Alongside Jake in a new role is Dr. Kirsten Simonson. She's our new rec bio for Puget Sound. Also a recent hiree over the last number of months as we've tried to onboard some new folks to fill some holes within the agency. I got to tell you, it's a little bit of a challenge to try to onboard folks through COVID and a pandemic, but they've been doing great trying to get up to speed. Thankfully, we have these tools available to us where we can meet virtually, and they've been doing great. So thanks. I see Aaron's on the line, and go ahead and unmute Aaron if you want to jump in here real quick.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to confirm we're recording.
So Aaron, I sent a message to Leah, but I don't have the ability to record anywhere on my screen.
Okay, we'll make it work.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yep.
So in front of us today, here's an agenda for our presentation. We really want to just hear questions and comments from you. So we're going to try to slip through a lot of this information really quick. A lot of it's just repetitive from kind of what we had heard in the forecast meeting. So we're going to slip through these slides really quick this morning and then get to kind of the meat of the discussion. Next slide, please. So for those of you who are familiar, and this is obviously a repeat, but we'll just touch on this quickly. The salmon management paradigm we live in is very complex. Fisheries run from the coast or out off the coast all the way from Alaska down to California. We have a number of different constraints and management agreements that we work under. Kind of thinking coast-wide with the Pacific Salmon Commission and the Pacific Salmon Treaty. We also, coastal fisheries are overseen by the Pacific Fisheries Management Council from 3 miles out to 200 miles. We also manage stocks cooperatively with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in our treaty tribes. Obviously, we've got a lot of things that guide us, as I said, with management decisions, the Bolt decision, Endangered Species Act protections for our weak stocks. I mentioned the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and then just forecasted run size and escapement goals each year that guide where our fishery levels can be. Next slide, please. So again, the process that we go through each year, many of you are very familiar with this. We forecast the abundances. We determine if there's harvestable surplus. We start to propose fisheries to predict what we can catch. We model the fisheries to determine which stocks are of concern and which ones are going to constrain fisheries. We work with our co-managers and other states to come up with a fair sharing, and we end up with a final agreed to rules and regulation package at the end and a list of agreed fisheries with our tribal co-managers. Next slide, please. So just a quick, there's been some confusion or maybe some, I just want to touch on kind of how our regulation process fits in through North of Falcon. It all starts early in January when we file what's called a 101. And that's basically just giving a public notice about we're going to open these rules for consideration of changes. And then the next kind of administrative piece of that is the CR 102. That is essentially where we file our proposed regulations. But in between that is where we have the North of Falcon process. And we have a number of public meetings in various parts of the state. We're taking public comments on proposed seasons. We're taking a look at the model runs. So all that North of Falcon stuff happens in between kind of now and after we get done with North of Falcon and put all that stuff on paper. That's when we file what's called the CR 102. We then allow public comments and have a public hearing on that proposed package. And that all goes with a concise explanatory statement, which explains kind of the department's decision-making, why we ended up with the seasons we did. That all goes through another process for review and is finally signed by the director and is effective 31 days from that signing. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it over to folks here. Again, this is just kind of a more detailed look at some specific Puget Sound stocks. Jake and Kirsten are going to run through these really quick, and then I'm going to touch on some of the management issues that we're looking at this year at the end of that. So go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks, Mark. And feel free to jump in other staff where you see fit to add in or correct any details. Again, welcome everybody. Like Mark said, we're going to kind of be quick on some of this information as it was explained earlier to kind of get to your feedback and your questions and to the issues that are important to you. So to begin with, overall, the Chinook forecast this year, natural and hatchery, is projecting lower than the 2020 forecast. There will be some improvements, but we will see the usual struggles to meet wild escapements in places that we've had ongoing issues. Constraining wild Chinook stocks include the Stillaguamish, Skagit, Skokomish, and Mid-Hood Canal. Natural forecasts are projected just over 26,000 this year, which is 7% below what they were forecasted for last year. For the hatchery forecasts, overall are projected to be 11% lower than last year, with some of the same stocks being a concern this year. Want to point out that reductions in South Sound hatchery programs is where a majority of this forecast reduction come from. Total forecasted hatchery return to the Sound this year is about 190,000 compared to 214 last year. Overall forecasted Puget Sound Chinook return this year is just over 216,000 compared to last year's 242,000. So at this time, I'll ask Kirsten to jump on and kind of run through our Coho forecasts.
All right, thanks, Jake. So this is kind of a look at the first look we're here is for natural Coho and Puget Sound. And what you're going to see at first is a lot of green. And I'm going to kind of touch on that a little bit more. So we have a couple of stocks that look like they're a little bit down. Dungeness and Elwha, a little bit down from last year. Kind of a mixed bag for some of them, and then a lot of green here. However, if you remember from Chad's presentation earlier today, most of the stocks that he was looking at were showing kind of a neutral projection compared to the 10-year average. But what we're seeing here is an increase from last year. And this kind of fits in really well with what Dr. Marzelitz was talking about with the La Nina year happening. And so we're seeing some increases between last year and this year. So overall, about a 50% increase from last year, which is great. But again, overall, compared to the 10-year average, it's kind of that neutral outlook. So that's for natural. Jake, if you want to go to the next slide. So hatchery, a little bit more of a mixed bag. You can see that there's some increases, some decreases, and some that are right about neutral. And so overall, really comparative to last year's numbers. So I'm not sure what else to say about that one, but yeah, about an 8% increase from last year. So kind of a mixed bag, but yeah. And then next slide. The other thing we wanted to look at was kind of a deeper dive into two of the stocks that are pretty important, namely the Snohomish and the Stillaguamish Coho runs. And so what I did here is plot up this is the wild runs from the last about 10 years or so. And so you can kind of see how they've fared over the last couple of years. And then at the very end here, you can see that we also have the forecasted numbers in for 2020 and 2021, and those are in kind of this blue and purple color. And you could see the forecast numbers also presented here to show kind of how those forecasts look like compared to the last 10 years overall and how that trend has been moving.
All right, thanks, Kirsten. Real quick, Puget Sound pink forecast this year is slightly higher than the total return in 2019 at just under 3 million. The 2019 forecast was a little over 600,000 with an actual return around 3 million. One important thing to note this year, the uncertainty with the forecast due to some limited fry data with some COVID-related sampling issues. And just as a reference for others that are interested, the Fraser River pink forecast is right at 3 million as well. That being said, I'll turn it back over to Mark and we'll start to go through some of these recreational considerations and then get to everybody's feedback.
So maybe I'll just pause really quick before I start running through this stuff and see if there's any questions about any of the forecasts that people want to talk about. And remember, you can use the raised hand feature, or if you're on your phone, I believe it's *9. Let's see. I don't, it's a 360 number ending in 739. You're unmuted. Try that again. There we go. Go ahead.
This is Randy Gagan. So I have a question on the forecast for the Chinook and the Coho, especially on the Chinook. Is this considering the fact that the blackmouth fishery has been closed for a year, the the fish that we catch during the winter months? I mean, are the forecasts including the lack of pressure from those fisheries?
So this is essentially a returning adult forecast. I may want to defer to Derek on this one. Derek Dapp, he's our lead salmon modeler for the agency. He would be a better person to kind of jump in and answer how, if at all, those blackmouth fisheries would factor into any forecast for this year. So thanks, Derek.
Thanks, Mark. And just a heads up, there's different forecasting methodologies that are used throughout Puget Sound. Each stock is using a little bit different methodology, so it does vary from stock to stock. So I can't say that across the board that's occurring, but many stocks do factor in kind of an average terminal return rate and an average fishery harvest rates from recent years when they're coming up with those forecasts.
And I see Tori has his hand up. Go ahead, Tori. You might have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I have a question about the Puget Sound pink forecast. I noticed that all the runs are up compared to 2019, but the Steelhead is kind of an outlier and is very low. It almost seems like an error. I don't know if it is, but why is it only at 51,000 compared to some of the other runs that are like 3 and 4 fold higher?
I'm going to pause there to see if our, I think our pink chum sockeye biologist is in the commercial meeting. I'm not sure if we have if the biologist Pete is on from the Stillaguamish watershed that may be able to speak to that.
Yeah, hi, you guys. Pete Burhigh here. I'm the district bio for Stilly Snow, and I worked up the pink forecast for those two rivers. And really, the difference between the returns to the Stillaguamish and the Snow are related to the parent year. So the spawners for basically the spawners and the pinks were way low compared to the Snohomish. And so when we parse out the number of fish returning, they're returning proportionally to their rivers, and so the Stilly got the lower proportion, and so that's why it's considerably lower. Last year's escapements, or 2019 escapements, were kind of similar to the forecast for this year. We saw something in the neighborhood of 50,000 pinks back to the Stilly, while we had 600,000 back to the Snohomish, and the forecast is basically reflecting that. Basically, it's the answer to the question is parent returns, the parent year.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate that. Any other questions about forecasts? Awesome. Jake, if you want to take us back to that management consideration slide. So as you guys know, Chinook management objectives are primarily kind of what drives our look is to see what kind of fisheries we may have to offer. I would say at this point, we have not received our NOAA guidance letter yet. As far as I know, we would expect to have that before the PFMC meeting next week. That will help guide kind of what our management objectives are. We as co-managers have not agreed on all of our Chinook management objectives yet for this year. So I would say that generally right now things are in a little bit of flux when it comes to overall the Chinook management objectives for Puget Sound. So I would say stay tuned. We'll make sure that we're conveying information as soon as we come to an agreement on those. And we'll also be sharing the NOAA guidance letter, obviously, on the website. The other thing I wanted to touch on is recently at the Pacific Salmon Treaty meetings that occurred earlier in February, we got our first look at kind of the 2019 how we did with 2019 coho fisheries in relation to kind of what we had predicted. So we did a run reconstruction as part of that, and we were able to see kind of where we missed the mark in some of our preseason predictions in 2019 when it came to coho fisheries. I'll just kind of highlight that the two fisheries that are really of concern or that really went above kind of what we expected were Area 7 in September and Area 10 in June. The September thing, we think we just missed the mark. You know, we were closed in August that year. And you know, we kind of had a little bit of a rush for folks to get out there and get coho. And then also the coho fishing was great. We kind of way above the catch per unit of effort in 2019. We had almost 1.2 coho per rod in the marine area fishery there. So just want to make sure that we're highlighting that as one we're going to have to pay attention to as we're crafting fisheries this year. One of the other things that you saw is in part of the forecast presentation was the recreational or the chum outlook in general for Puget Sound is pretty poor. So the department has actually decided to go ahead and preemptively close recreational chum fishing in South Sound this year. We do have in-season update tools that are available to us that if the chum run comes back better, that we will go ahead and liberalize those recreational seasons. I will couch that with just saying at this point, we're not planning, neither the tribes or the state are planning any kind of pre-terminal chum fisheries out in the major marine areas of Puget Sound, at least in areas 10 and 11 where we have our traditional spots. I heard Carl talking at the beginning of this meeting as we were coming in and out of the last meeting that he was talking about bigger gear for Area 10. I may just pause for a minute and let Kirsten Simonson talk to that. We've actually implemented a little bit of that in our test fishery in Area 10 that's continuing. So Kirsten, you want to speak to that for a second?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things that we've heard is that, you know, we can kind of mitigate the number of sublegal encounters if we're using different gear. So we really want to try to get at getting some hard data on that and see if that is true. And if we can decrease the number of sublegal encounters by having a specific gear option for the winter fishery, and we can, you know, reduce those encounters by even say 10% or 15%, then that could potentially lead to more time on the water. So thanks to our test fishing that's continuing to happen right now, they've been super supportive of this idea. And we've actually implemented this gear study to the test fishing that's happening right now. And that's ongoing. I don't have any information or data or anything preliminary to present because we started this about a week and a half ago. So it's very preliminary right now, but we are going to continue to do that. We are continuing to test fish through the month of March, and this gear study will continue for that. And then we'll kind of step back after that is finished and look at kind of the numbers that we've collected based on what we're using out there, what the test fisher guys are using out there. And then kind of step back and see what we can do to kind of move forward with the study in a larger capacity after that. Mark, do you have anything else you want to add to that? Did I kind of hit on the high points or? Yeah,
I might just add, things have been moving a little different this year in Area 10. We've actually expanded our test fishing in Area 10 this year to include our co-managers. The Muckleshoot tribe purchased a boat and has been fishing right alongside our boat all winter in Area 10. So it's really kind of a great collaboration that we've entered into with them. And they're very interested in kind of what we're doing with the gear study. And they indicated at a co-manager meeting yesterday that they would be interested in further discussions about implementing something for that fishery in the future. So I see Carl has his hand up. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. I did hear that the Muckleshoots had a test fishing boat out there. And so I appreciate you sharing that with us. And it's encouraging to know that they're enthusiastic about, you know, the potential for using gear type as a method to reduce encounters. And you know, it's unfortunate we don't have any preliminary data. I'm sure the test fishers probably have some, but it's probably not, it's limited enough. They don't want to share that and get people's hopes up. But I think when you really look at, you know, large profile lures, particularly plugs, I think, you know, attaining a 15% decrease in encounters is a very conservative estimate. I would say it's probably 70% reduction in encounters when you have a high number of really small fish like you did in this current winter timeframe that just happened. But you know, I'm encouraged by the fact that the muckleshoots are doing some test fishing, and perhaps you guys, you know, they can really quantify, you know, or establish some real data on their own and compare it with you guys. And I think it'll show what I just mentioned, a significant reduction. Now, obviously, you know, we only want to go there if and when we have to, but, you know, years when you have those high 1- and 2-year-olds out there, it's really an effective way to reduce encounters. And we would obviously much rather participate in a fishery with a gear restriction than not be able to participate at all.
Yep. Thank you, Carl. And I just, you know, the first part of this is just kind of winter fishing opportunities. And I wanted to touch on that a little bit. Obviously, we've heard a lot of feedback since last year's North of Falcon package came out. And a lot of that feedback involved reinstituting or re-implementing some winter fishing opportunity. We know that that's a really popular opportunity. I always think about, you know, for how long the Tengu Derby in Elliott Bay has been going on, and that got canceled this year. So I will just we're always looking to have as much opportunity as we can. We understand that winter fishing opportunity is important to folks. We're really going to try to implement as much as we can this year within our given conservation constraints. I guess I just wanted to kind of put that out there as we've heard your feedback. We're going to do our best to implement as much as we can back this year. And then I'll just move on to pink opportunities. I think we're definitely looking at having some pink opportunities in Puget Sound this year. Don't exactly know kind of what those bonus bags might look like, but I was thinking at least one additional pink seems really appropriate. Maybe a little higher in some more terminal marine areas, depending on what those returns look like. I know there's a pretty decent return to the Snohomish Basin. One of the challenges we have there is that Snohomish Coho, natural Coho stock that's not been doing really well in the recent past. It was in an overfish status for several years. It's now moved into a rebuilding status. As part of that rebuilding status, the co-managers have agreed to a 55,000 escapement goal. The preseason forecast for that stock is 60,000. So we do have some room, and there will be some take on those fish by both the tribes and us. We're just going to have to be really creative about what those opportunities look like. Obviously, recognizing that folks have been off the water for a year in those marine areas, and getting fishing opportunity back is really important to them. So maybe I'll stop there. And just kind of open it up for the group. If there's questions or comments, now's your chance. And again, raised hand feature, or if you're on the phone, sometimes if you don't see like a hand at the bottom of your screen, there's a little thing that says reactions, and the raised hand feature is within that reactions button. Any questions or comments from anybody? Carl, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I was waiting for other folks to chime in. I'll jump in here. One item I did not notice on the bullet points there relating to the winter fishing. We had some discussion about reduced size limit. And of course, at some point in this process, we're going to ask if you have had the opportunity to have those discussions with co-managers and internally.
We have had those internally. We have not raised that with the co-managers yet. not to give away strategy here, but we're going to actually start with some of those discussions on a more regional level. We have several co-manager meetings scheduled for this next week during the PFMC meetings. And that was my intention to discuss those kind of regionally with those affected tribes as we start having those preseason discussions about potential fisheries. We do understand that that's a desire. You know, obviously, we've looked at this a lot in the past. Kind of the constituency's been up and down about whether a lower size limit makes sense. I think if we were going to consider it as a department, those winter fisheries make a lot of sense for a size limit reduction to try to access hatchery stocks. That lower size limit allows us just to kind of move those fish from the encounter column to the catch column. So definitely a consideration, Carl. Thanks. Any other questions or comments about what we're seeing or co-management or? Yeah, go ahead. It's 360 ending in 739. You're unmuted, or you may have to unmute yourself.
So I'm just going to make a couple comments. Making it a smaller size fish is not a very good idea. I mean, catching, you know, how small are you going to go? I mean, a 22-inch fish is already a pretty small fish. A lot of people don't keep those unless that's their only opportunity. And, you know, the Chinook management, you know, and the opportunities to fish Chinook in the Puget Sound, especially in the northern Marine Area 7, fall off the Stony Brothers fish. And I know that when we talked about it, it's been asked, I still think a simple solution is for the Stilly tribe to not clip any of their teams they put out, because nobody in Washington can keep an unclipped king. I mean, it seems to me they're actually making it more difficult to let the sports fishermen get on the water by not leaving their fish unclipped.
So thanks for that. We're actually, just so folks are aware, we're actually going to plan a deeper dive into the Stillaguamish stock for our first North of Falcon meeting. So the modelers and staff are getting some info together so we can do a little bit deeper dive and help folks understand kind of the history and kind of the P's and Q's of how that stock's modeled and how it affects fisheries. So stay tuned for that. So, Tony, I see you've been trying to get on. I've been asking for hand raises. You're unmuted. Go right ahead. You may have to unmute yourself on your side.
Can you hear? Can you hear me now?
Gotcha, Tony. Go right ahead.
I got some questions on 2020 Nooksack chums.
Okay.
The forecast was in the poorer range for the Nooksack chums. Why was there an opening in Bellingham Bay for non-tribal and tribal in Bellingham Bay and in the Nooksack and closed for Rex?
So the easiest question I can answer there is we had some constraints or some management actions that we were trying to achieve with some of those stocks in the basin. If you'll remember, Tony, from our fish and wildlife policy that chum salmon are a commercial priority. So therefore, if we need to do trimming, we usually start with the sport fishery. We took big reductions in our commercial opportunity last year, cutting 2 to 3 days out of our commercial fishery in order to just be able to have some opportunity. And we closed that fishery early just to ensure that we had broodstock goals. So I might just pause there and see if Edward or Andrew is on the line and can add to anything I said.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Just trying to unmute myself. Exactly that. Our chum broodstock, we had to get goals for not only our Kendall Creek program, but also our Whatcom Creek program. And both those programs had pretty substantial increases where we were trying to achieve last year. Do you have anything else, Tony?
Thanks, Edward.
No
I see
problem.
that David has his hand up. Go ahead, David. You may need to unmute yourself.
So I noticed that for Chinook, Mid-Hood Canal had pretty terrible escapement last year. Used to be that was primarily Big Beef Creek stock that was coming from a hatchery run by the University of Washington. HSRG came around and said, nope. And I know that something's recently occurred with HSRG. So do we see them opening that hatchery back up to try and build that stock back up?
So I may be mistaken. I'm not sure. I thought Big Beef was more of a Coho area. So I guess the update I can give you on Mid-Hood Canal is that obviously that stock's been extirpated. We did try a supplementation program for about 10 years with the co-managers and Long Live the Kings. That supplementation program, I think, has been offline for 5 or 6 years. And maybe I'm going to stop talking and recognize Mark Downen. He's our biologist for the area, and I'll allow him to speak to that. Thanks, Mark.
Hey there, Mark. So yes, as Mark said, the only hatchery program for Mid-Hood Canal was a supplementation program implemented by Long Live the Kings. And that was based partly out of the Lilywop hatchery and partly out of the George Adams hatchery. Those fish were collected in the river when possible and then acclimated in Johns Creek, which is a tributary to the Hama. And that program went on for about 20 years. But sadly, even though we had respectable returns of the supplementation fish that were being stocked into the system, those supplementation fish were not producing natural origin recruits. So it just never took. And that's why we terminated the program about 5 years ago. And that's why we see the escapement numbers that we're seeing now.
Thanks, Mark. And I might just add, and Mark knows this because he's been involved in the conversations, the department is continuing to meet with all the affected tribes, Hood Canal tribes, about the Mid-Hood Canal stock. We're working towards kind of talk and negotiation and trying to figure out what to do next. We've contracted out and done some work for a habitat assessment over the last year. That assessment came to us last fall into December. We've kind of been doing a review of that and kind of a next steps discussion. Alongside that has just been trying to get to a long-term agreement on the management objectives. So just know that there's ongoing discussions there about that Mid-Hood Canal stock and how we're going to deal with that one in the future. So Tony messaged that he has another question. So Tony, go ahead. I've unmuted you.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Tony.
2020, the Nooksack River had a poor range of Nooksack Coho. Why was there an opening in Bellingham Bay for non-tribal and tribal, and a tribal gillnet fishery in the Nooksack River 6 days a week, 24 hours a day? In 2020, I never even caught one coho on the Nooksack River, and I've been fishing that river since 1959. Last year was the worst year, and a lot of my other buddies too in Linden had on the Nooksack River. It was just nothing. Can you explain that, please?
Ed, I'm not sure if you want to take this one.
Yeah, it's the Nooksack's always been perplexing to me. We're trying to work with the city of Ferndale to try to get a new boat launch so we can have better opportunity. We have multiple hatchery programs, tribal and non-tribal, and we have tens of thousands of surplus fish come back and beyond our hatchery broodstock's needs. So I struggle with your comment, Tony, and would like to talk further with you on that.
I see Bill has a question in the chat, but I don't see Bill on my screen. 1 second. There we go. Bill, go ahead.
Hi, Mark. Thank you for allowing me to ask a question. Unfortunately, I don't remember the data, but I keep reading where genetic diversity is very, very important when we're talking about wild animals, from the wolves to the fish to deer, everything else. Why is it not an important one for the Stillaguamish fish? And the reason I'm asking that question, again, I can't remember the specific numbers, but several months ago, I was looking at fish in the South Sound. I fish primarily the Tacoma area. If I recall the numbers, and I may be wrong, there are something like 3 Stillaguamish fish down in the South Sound. But when I take a look at the South Sound fish, Nisqually, Minder, that go north to Stillaguamish, there are multitudes times to the. So why do we limit the South Sound fishing for very few fish when a fair number of the South Sound fish go to the Stillaguamish? I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, Bill, probably the easiest way to answer that is just that, fish don't necessarily stay in those areas that are close to their natal streams, right? We know these fish go everywhere throughout Puget Sound. The whole reason we have these estimates of exploitation rates on these stocks is because we have coded wire tags and we have surrogate stocks, and we use those surrogate hatchery stocks to identify where these fish are caught. It's unfortunate, I guess, that Stillaguamish fish are caught or are estimated to be in Area 11, all the way out Area 5, Area 7 in big numbers, even into Hood Canal just a tiny bit. Mostly those fish are caught in more northern fisheries off the coast of Canada, even some in Southeast Alaska. Canada is really the heavy hitter on those stocks. So it's just one of those things, Bill, where we're trying to, again, as you heard kind of in the big meeting earlier, we're always trying to manage for the weakest stock. And when those fish are found in multiple areas, we have to try to kind of spread the opportunity around and still make sure that we're staying within those conservation limits on those stocks. Hopefully that answered your question.
I don't. Can you hear me still, or?
Now I can.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, just wondering. We're I don't know 60 miles, 70 miles south of the Stillaguamish, and why Area 11 fishing is restricted for the fish way up there. I'm just wondering if the fish, in fact, realize, hey, I took a wrong turn, and they swim 60 miles back north. So,
well, and
I'm
like,
not trying to be.
No, I think your question's totally valid. And again, I guess I would just point to these fish go everywhere. We have Nisqually fish that are caught all the way down by Owako. So these fish really do go lots of different places and are caught in lots of different fisheries. And again, luckily we have that coded wire tag data to help inform kind of where these fish go over time. It's not the same every year, but we use these proportions from a base period in our model to help inform our management. So Checking the chat. Tony, I see you have another question. Go right ahead. Tony, if you have a question, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Tony.
2019 was in the poor range too for pinks on the Nooksack system. Why was there an opening in Bellingham Bay for non-tribal and tribal in the Nooksack River 6 days a week, 24 hours a day for pinks, and the wrecks were closed?
I don't have a good answer for you, Tony. Edward may remember why we made those decisions back in 2019, but I don't.
Yeah, Mark, I don't recollect. I'd have to look at my notes from 2019. I just, kind of scratching at my memory. I know that was kind of, we had some mixed signals with pinks. And so the reasoning why we did things or did not things, I'm not clear on. One thing I just want to, I know you're really passionate about Baker Sockeye too, so just wanted to touch base with you on that. You notice we had a really low return. And so with that return, it's not going to really provide a lake fishery, but it could provide opportunity for a river fishery. And I know in the public workshops that we had and you participated in those, the lake has always been prioritized in the past, but with these low abundance years that we're coming on, in your opinion, would it be good for the anglers of the Skagit to be fishing on the river and not necessarily in the lake based off these smaller run sizes? And if you don't want to answer right now, if you could just shoot us an email, I'd just appreciate the feedback.
So, and Tony, if I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it seems like a lot of your concern has to do with both the tribal and non-tribal commercial fisheries that occur out in Bellingham Bay, and from your perception, how that equates to your opportunities on the Nooksack. So, I guess I would just encourage, let's try to maybe get together offline from this meeting. Maybe Andrew and Edward and I can help to try to address your specific questions about Bellingham Bay. And try to work with you to craft better opportunities for this year. So, anybody else have any questions or comments they want to bring to the table? Go ahead, Pat.
Can you hear me, Mark?
I can, Pat.
Oh, great. Thanks for your presentation today, Mark. A lot of stuff to discuss and not very much time here. One of the part of the discussion about Mid-Hood Canal was really heartening, and that the state and the tribes are working on a long-term solution to that production problem, that viability of that wild population being the core issue, it seems. But we know that it's likely this year that still with only 18 fish alive in the water, that will be probably requested by National Marine Fisheries Service, if not as an agreement between the tribes and the state to manage for a limit of 12%. And we know that Mid-Hood Canal is unique of all Puget Sound Chinook stocks, and that it has about half, or has in the past had about half of that 12% taken in ocean fisheries. I would just then like to place kind of a marker with you and urge the agency to, as they go into the first PFMC meeting, with ocean fishery considerations, that at least a mark selective option be supported in the development of options, the 3 options that the council goes out, the range of options for consideration by the public, and using mark selective fishing techniques to minimize the impact. We see the forecast for hatchery Chinook being quite good compared to last year. The Puget Sound's Sport Fishing Advisory Group did recommend last year that the ocean fisheries have at least an option for going to mark selective fisheries to minimize mid-hood canal impacts, and that didn't seem to fly. It's hard for us Puget Sound folks to participate in that, the ocean at the same time as Puget Sound, and so we're just asking you to, that issue is still alive. If there's a way to minimize that so that we don't get shut down over those very limited impacts, then I would sure appreciate it. And I know the advisors would and the public would. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Pat. Yeah, as you know, a lot of those considerations are made just about kind of thinking about what's available, those mark rates out in the ocean. Usually those more northern areas have better mark rates than the more southern marine area 1 and 2. So yeah, and obviously we would expect that those more northern areas would be intercepting more Puget Sound bound stock. So thanks for your words. I'll make sure we pass it along to those folks who are kind of diving into that. So thanks, Pat. Sorry, I don't remember your name. I think it's Dan, but I'll go back to the 360 ending in 739. Go ahead. And I did ask to unmute, but it's not one of my other.
Okay, I think I got that now.
There we go.
So this is Randy Gagan.
Randy,
and,
sorry.
You know, I'm not actually talking about the recreational consideration. I'd like to make a comment about the North of Falcon on a whole.
Go for it.
It's pretty much a broken system. I think anybody with experience listening in on the North of Falcon meetings in the past, going over it, we all know that the word co-manager is really just a word, as one of the managers has all the power to, and the backing with the political side in this state to dictate what goes on. I'm hoping that this year and maybe in the future, it'll be a more open process where we are actually equal co-managers. Do you disagree with that? Do you think, I've been on their phone I've listened to the whole meeting. I've been on since 9 o'clock, and I listen to people talk unity and working together. And I have not seen a lot of working together between the two co-managers that we speak of.
Well, Randy, I guess I would reply to that with maybe what you don't see is what I see from a department perspective, in that really co-management happens year round. Our technical staff, our biologists are working with their biologists. We're all on the river together. We're all collecting data together. We're analyzing data together. We're developing forecasts together. We're making fisheries management decisions together. It really is a collaborative process throughout the year. Now, I'm not trying to blow smoke here. I realize that when we get to those policy discussions, things are a little bit different. Those conversations get harder. Obviously, living under the Endangered Species Act and other things, decreased forecasts and decreased run sizes, and 20 years of ESA and things not getting better, they all play a part here in us trying to divide an ever decreasing pie. So that's kind of my initial response. And I saw Pat Patillo had his hand up, so I'm going to recognize Pat real quick.
Well, thank you, Mark. I just wanted to add to your comments that My history with the department is certainly had a lot to do with working with the tribes. That's probably what most of the work that I did was with. And you can't get anywhere by ignoring the pretty much a legal interpretation about the Bolt decision that the management of this resource, these resources of salmon and other natural resources are shared. And so co-management, it wasn't in the word that you'll find in the Bolt decision, but it is definitely an interpretation that of the courts, and we have to live with it. But therein lies the challenge, and Mark knows that challenge very well, that it isn't easy. You can't ignore it. You can't walk away with it. It often seems unfair, but it's what I like to urge the department to do is put up a good fight, because there is a balance that can be secured if you work really hard. And I know Mark does, and the staff does work really hard on that issue. So I'm often very frustrated, especially now that I don't work with the department and don't attend those meetings, and feel kind of shut out of the process. But I focus on the department and ask them to represent our fisheries and our natural resources and do the best job that they can. And I have faith that they will do that. Thank you.
And I know what I'm about to say sounds a little cliche, but underneath this tie is someone who loves to fish too. Recreational fisheries, both on the river and in marine environments, are really important to me. I took my kids recreational fishing. I try to recreational fish as much as I can, which is less and less these days, but I do what I can. And I don't want to speak for all my colleagues, but a lot of us got into this business because we have a passion for fish and fishing. And so just know that going into this, that you have a lot of really engaged, passionate people that love to fish too. So I'll just leave it at that. And maybe Carl has his hand up. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah. Hey, Mark. I just, along the theme of what Pat's talking about, I feel for these folks that live in these watersheds, and we fish out in front of them, and I can, it's a very complex situation. And, I think that, my spirit in this process has been to try to respect the resource and the various user groups. And, I just want to touch briefly on the what I've heard, and you kind of touched on the pressure about the Coho impacts in the June Marine Area 10 fishery. And the document that you sent to the advisors, it shows kind of statewide in 2019 how we exceeded the Coho forecasted catch, particularly on wild fish, including Thompson. And on that chart, I think it was specific to Thompson. I'm not looking at it right now, but I looked at all the fisheries that encountered those fish that exceeded those wild Coho impacts. And, Puget Sound Sport was a very small fraction of the 4 points they went over. It was estimated at 9%, and it came out at 13, 14%. And, it was like 0.1% that the Puget Sound wrecks contributed to exceeding that impacts on Thompson. I have to, I should have pulled up this document before I started speaking, but I'm not sure it was comprehensive enough as to what you guys are saying about the June Coho fishery, but it's one of those arguments where you look at it and you see, 55 Thompson fish versus the 37 estimated or whatever it was on Thompson. And then you go out to a coastal tribal fishery and, they're at 1,800 fish on Thompson. And so those are some of the arguments, and I would never want to be in your position, but when you have to look at those, and I think it's okay to respectfully say, we respect your needs, and your perspective. But really, I mean, are you really going to call us out on that fishery when it's spread out across the state, and it's one of the very few, places that, it just seems like every year, somebody picks something to make us bleed, and it hurts, and when it's, really based on science and it's going to make a difference, we get it. But I just think it's okay to, to sometimes call out the co-managers if what they're asking is really just based on the ocular effect, or if it's really a necessary scientific move. That's all.
So, Carl, the only response I'm going to have to your question or your comment is that the tribes weren't the one that called us out on that overage on Thompson. It was the Canadians, because that's part of our Pacific Salmon Treaty Agreement on that stock. And, so I'll just, I think we can, how the department's going to address it, Carl, is not to close a fishery, but to increase our efforts at sampling and monitoring. And the potential of, because that year in 2019, it wasn't a marked selective fishery. It was just a wide open fishery. So that's the other dial that we can turn back there, is just to turn that into a marked selective fishery. We have pretty decent mark rates in there through the month of September historically. So that's kind of how I would am looking at addressing that issue, is just trying to get some more resources so we can understand what's going on in season. So. Pat, go ahead. I see you have your hand up again.
Thank you, Mark. You kind of addressed my question. It was about Coho and that issue that Carl raised, and you responded about the use of the tool of mark selective fishing. That in 2019, as you know, it just for everyone, it was a non-selective fishery, and I think going in there, we thought that was appropriate because the numbers of Coho were small to be caught. And we thought, given the contribution of even Canadian stocks, that the mark rates were not that good in September. And so we left it non-selective. I think it would be really good to consider all of the sport areas in Puget Sound this year as mark selective to start. And then if we find that if it's not necessary for meeting conservation objectives, or the quality of the fishery is so poor that with a mark selective fishery, because of low mark rates, low contribution of hatchery stocks, then we could modify that. But that's not the case. We are fishing on hatchery stocks for both Chinook and Coho throughout Puget Sound, and really throughout the ocean too. So we should start with mark selective. I think that's the guidance that the commission has given the agency, and I think that's the way we ought to go. And then one last little snippet on I wish I had been there for the discussions on Coho with the Canadians, because they went over their impacts on their own Fraser stocks by quite a bit too. The amount that they went over in a percentage of the stock of Fraser was as much as the entire Puget Sound sport fishery impact combined. So, it must have been an interesting discussion, and I hope you got a couple of good body blows in there, Mark, if you were there. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. Luckily for me, it was Kyle Addix, who's our alternate on the Southern panel, where they have those discussions, took the brunt of those body blows. So let's see here. Looks like, sorry, having a little bit of a technical challenge here. Looks like Tony has another question or a response to Edward. Go ahead, Tony.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Tony.
I got two questions for Edward. I just want to wrap this up. I've gotten all the data from tribal and non-tribal commercial catches for probably the last 6 from Kyle Addicks. And there's some alarming numbers, like, for example, 2017, tribal Chinook, 8,880 fish. Tribal chum in the Nooksack River in Bellingham Bay, 10,936 fish. Tribal coho, this is alarming, 27,030.
Hey, Tony, I'm going to cut you off there. This is not the forum to bring these questions to. If you want to have this conversation with Edward offline, let's do that. We're here to talk specifically about Puget Sound wide forecasts and potential fisheries opportunities for this year. I understand you have issues with both the tribal and non-tribal fisheries, but let's try to address those outside of this meeting, okay? Thanks. Go ahead, Jacob.
Hi. Okay. And I forgive me if this is somewhat redundant because I'm trying to work at the same time here, but and this is I hope, and I think still on topic with our forecast, but I mean, overall, most of these forecasts look good, but the runs of concern are still concerning enough that how can we be reassured that the current North of Falcon system is going to isn't going to hit a major snafu like it did in what, 2015 or 2016, where we got, you know, a good portion of the season cut off because we couldn't make a deal. And until we have a multi-year Endangered Species Act permit, is there anything, you know, being done to improve that process, or any progress towards getting a multi-year permit again?
So I think the director touched on that a little bit. He brought together some tribal leaders last fall. So for those folks who don't know, we had some real tough discussions and touch points with the tribes in regards to chum fishing last fall. Now that primarily involves the commercial sector, but because of what happened there, the director pulled these tribal leaders together and said, hey, we got to figure out a better way. So I'm always a glass half full kind of guy, Jacob. I don't think I'm naive enough to sit here and say that it couldn't happen this year, that oh, no way, we'll always come to an agreement, because there's always that possibility out there. And I don't want to blow smoke here and tell you everything's hunky-dory and we're going to go arm in arm towards the end of North of Falcon and come out with a big happy fishing package. Obviously, that's always the goal, but our bigger goal is to first conserve the fish and then to provide as much opportunity as we can off of that. We do have some big challenges this year, in particular with some of these Chinook stocks. I mean, we haven't done really any modeling yet. And obviously, as I stated before, having those Chinook management objectives will be key. But if I'm just kind of looking at my crystal ball and trying to figure stuff out, we could see some reduced Chinook time or Chinook directed opportunity this year in Puget Sound, just because of the way things are. As I stated earlier, we're looking at reinstituting some winter time. So there may be a balancing act there between some summer opportunity and some winter opportunity. I think the other thing is we have some pretty healthy coho runs. I wouldn't say they're great, but we do have some pretty healthy coho runs, and I think it's going to be important to make sure that we have enough Chinook impacts to be able to access coho too, because that's really important. I think we've learned that coho fisheries are really important to a lot of people throughout Puget Sound. So that's kind of how I'm thinking about opportunities this year, Jacob. And again, you heard a lot of this today. The resources are struggling, and we're all struggling to try to predict, maintain good predictions of what's coming back and try to perpetuate these fisheries into the future. So I hope that helped and answered your question. we're still at the table and we're still talking. So I tend to be optimistic. It's when we stop talking and just go into our separate rooms that I get a little concerned about what's going to happen. So, and I don't know if any other staff are on the line. If Kyle's on the line and has joined us and wants to add to anything, or Ron Warren, I see. Welcome, Mr. Warren. Ron Warren's our Director of Fish Policy for the agency.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I really liked your comments. 2016 was unfortunate. I think we paused, delayed for reasons that I supported at the time. The director decisions at the time. I like to remember that I too am a glass half full, Mark, and Jacob, I'll remind you that we haven't finished on time once in 37 years or 36 years, and hopefully we make that 37 this year. I don't have a crystal ball to say, oh, absolutely, we're going to make it. There are different sets of issues and different conversations and different details every year, but it's certainly our goal to be done and have ESA permits to go fishing as of May 1 in 2021. So that's all I would add.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Jeff, and just had a question about the kind of the rumors that I've been hearing recently, and I'm sure others have. It may have been addressed earlier on. If it has, I apologize. But you had mentioned or someone had actually mentioned the impact that the Canadians had on the Thompson fish, and what, if any, kind of co-management or negotiations or anything is being done in regards to Canadian impact on our Puget Sound fishery, and is that something that is equated into our forecast and into the retention rates that we will be receiving? And this comes solely just based off of information that I've been hearing, and then also seeing the extremely large amounts of harvest that's been occurring over the last month or so in Canadian waters outside of Area 7, Victoria, Petter Bay, those areas that are primarily hatchery fish that are being encountered and being retained. So is there any information of what we're going to be doing, or if we're doing anything with the Canadians in that regard?
So I'll try to touch on most of that, and I'll just ask to my coworkers if I miss anything or you want to add to anything I say. Please feel free to kind of make yourself known and jump in. So we have agreements in place through a chapter in the Pacific Salmon Treaty that specifically we have different chapters for each of the stocks. So we have kind of different harvest levels or different exploitation levels between the countries about how and when those fisheries occur, and not specifically, but more so kind of what level of impact each country can have on the various stocks of concern. And we have different indicator stocks that we use for management that we try to stay within those agreements. I would say we do account for Canadian catches in our preseason planning models. In fact, we've recently done an update. Technical staff have done an update to some of the Canadian catch inputs that go into our management model. Obviously, we're always trying to make those models better and get the best available information in them. I would say in general, Canadian, at least recreational fisheries and commercial fisheries have really kind of been cut back a little bit over the last number of years. Canada's had their own concerns for stocks, especially in the Fraser system. Folks may or may not know they had a huge landslide a couple years ago that really caused a lot of disruption in their river, particularly with Sockeye, but also with some Chinook stocks as well. So that was the big bar landslide, and they've been dealing with that. They've also been engaging with us, and as part of the Pacific Salmon Treaty renegotiation, I believe they're trying to ramp up some of their tagging and marking programs with some of their hatchery stocks. So they've also been engaging with us on mark selective fisheries implementation, and I think that's something they're interested in the future. So hopefully those little bits would help us, presumably going forward with a lesser impact on our natural stocks. I might just recognize Derek Dapp. He's our lead Chinook modeler to fill in some of the gaps that I have here.
Thanks, Mark. I just wanted to build up upon what you'd mentioned. So you had mentioned that there's been reductions in some of the Canadian fisheries recently. I was looking at this, in fact, for 2020, and I saw that in the Canadian sport fisheries across the coast, there was anywhere between only 20 to 60% of the catch of a recent year average. I'd reached out to my colleagues at DFO, and they suggested that that was at least partially COVID-based and that they were getting less anglers coming in to fish on the Canadian side. They said that that's likely to kind of continue into 2021. But we have kind of seen also decreasing commercial catches over a recent year time series as well. Another thing that kind of plays into that, just to give some insights, is southern resident killer whales. Canada has been opening their fisheries a little bit later, their summer fisheries a little bit later than they have in past years. So just kind of a few insights into things going on up there and why we're seeing some reductions. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Derek. So Jake, maybe now's a good time to move to the next slide. Folks know this is the first of a number of meetings going forward this spring. Starting next week, our Pacific Fishery Management Council meetings, where those ocean options start to come into play. So that'll take place at the end of next week, and then 3 or 4 days in the following week, I believe wrapping up on Thursday, the 11th. Our next opportunity to be together as a group will be at the first North of Falcon meeting, North of Falcon 1, as we like to call it, on March 16th. From there, we'll do a deeper dive into some of that modeling that takes place coming out of the Pacific Fishery Management Council meetings, have some discussions about kind of what we may propose for a sport package. Folks will remember, especially for Puget Sound recreational discussions, in years past before COVID, we would have a meeting in Sequim. That kind of Sequim North Coast Coastal Freshwater Puget Sound Rec meeting will happen on March 23rd. We'll have the other kind of in-person meeting we used to do was in Linwood at the Fish and Wildlife office, the regional office there. That meeting, the kind of Puget Sound freshwater and rec fishing meeting, will happen on March 25th. Our second North of Falcon meeting, where that modeling will come a little bit closer into line, and hopefully we'll start getting a better idea of what that fishing package might look like. That meeting will be on the 31st. I did mention that around that time we're looking at a plenary session with the tribes, but stay tuned. We'll let you know on that. Following that is kind of the big wrap up there in early to mid-April. The 6th through the 9th and the 12th through the 15th will be the second PFMC meeting where we'll try to finalize everything and put a bow on it for this year. I think staff really like these virtual meetings like this because we don't have to work over those weekends during PFMC week. So kind of nice for us. With that, I might just kind of give another shout out and see if there's any other questions or comments folks want to make. Yeah, go ahead, 360 ending in 739.
Hi, how you doing? So Thank you for I've asked a lot of questions. So I do have one on the conservative, the fishing for Chinook. I know there's a harvestable number out there. And when you look at the splits between the non-tribal, including commercial and sport, and the tribal, it's been pretty one-sided. Is there any plans to try and address that to get it closer to the 50-50, the income on the boat decision? Now, and I do realize that they're exactly 50-50 is a pretty much impossible task, but is there some way or any discussions going to be held to try and increase harvestable kings that the sports fishermen or the non-tribal fishermen get to harvest?
Yeah, thanks for that. And I appreciate your thoughts around, kind of recognizing what an impossible task it is. It's not entirely impossible, but, if we're looking at across Puget Sound and across stocks, there are a number of stocks across Puget Sound where the non-tribal fisheries take more than 50%. And so really it's just when we aggregate everything across Puget Sound that we see those kind of disparities between tribal and non-tribal fishing. I think that's always part of our discussion, trying to make things as fair and equitable as possible. You heard Chairman Yanity from the Stillaguamish tribe just talk about some of their values and how in these years with low returns that they still need to exercise their fishing rights as a treaty tribe, and we work really closely with all the tribes to try to ensure that there's some fishing for everybody. So just know that that's always a goal of ours to try to get as close to 50-50 as we can. And we're really, as managers, we're looking at the big picture around the coast and Puget Sound to try to follow our policy guidance, spread a lot of different fishing opportunity to a lot of different places around the Sound. So Dan Stauffer, good to see you. Go ahead.
All right, let me get unmuted and get out of this factory. Like many others, I'm at work today. And I also want to apologize for bumping my mute button in front of an air compressor a little while ago.
No worries, Dan.
Have we played the game where we laid this year's abundance over last year's seasons yet? And I missed it.
No, Dan, you didn't. That's going to happen next week at the PFMC meeting. So we haven't. We've had a number of kind of extra modeling things going, particularly with Chinook stocks. So we haven't kind of centered on that for the PFMC meeting for next week. We're going to try to get all that information up on the website as soon as we can, as soon as it's available. We've got some spots laid out there where we're going to be sharing information. So stay tuned for that, Dan.
All right, thank you. And then I did want to comment on the pink abundance, and that last year with the COVID, and we saw lots of people participating in the outside. I heard license sales were up. And I just want to stress the importance of those fisheries in the inside waters for new anglers and new boaters. And we do have an opportunity to gain anglers into our ranks if we make sure they have access to those fish in places that are safer for them. Keep that in the back of everyone's minds. And the last thing I wanted to throw in was on the lure profile talks for the winter blackmouth fisheries. I was working with Tom Drews from here at Silver Horde and gave him a bunch of photos of a bunch of different lures and how their profiles actually measure up considered based on their size. And from the manufacturer industry standpoint, we do want to work with the advisors in the department on this potential rule change and make sure it works well going forward for everyone.
Appreciate that insight, Dan. Thank you.
That's it.
Thanks, Dan. Tori has his hand up. Go ahead, Tori.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can.
So last year on the Cascade River, for both spring Chinook and Coho, the sports fishermen were limited 4 days a week, and the tribe would fish the other 3 days a week. Unfortunately, what that did is it created a lot of extra crowding on the river. And my concern was, why couldn't the Sock-Swaddle tribe pull the fish directly out of the Marble Mount Hatchery? And is that going to be the same again this year as well? Thank you.
Well, I could try to answer that, but since I think Edward's on the line, I'm going to see if Edward wants to answer that.
Sure. Thanks, Mark. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you.
My headphones ran out of battery. Yeah, that's an ongoing issue there. We're continuing to get more coho to that hatchery, and the tribe wants to access them as well. The tribe doesn't necessarily want to practice their traditional fishing ways, through getting fish out of a tote. And so they're trying to do some netting and whatnot. And so we're continuing conversations with them and hoping that we can, have a more streamlined approach to their fishing, maybe a shorter place and time, but it's going to continue to be an issue because more and more fish are coming back, and with the limited resources, it's going to be a constant challenge. We have some additional access ideas out there to get some more parking and whatnot to get people on the river. So hope that kind of answers your question.
So I saw on the line from one of our valued employees, Sue, that her husband, Kurt, wants to talk. I think I've unmuted you, Kurt, but you may need to hit *6 on your phone.
Can you hear me now?
Gotcha.
Well, thanks, Mark. First of all, I appreciate all that you and all your fellow employees do on behalf of both the resource and us fishermen. As an angler, I'm always kind of a half-full guy. If you weren't, you would never go fishing. And I really appreciate the comments about Doug. He was one of the really good guys, and all of us that had the opportunity to interact with him, either as an angler or as a co-worker, have nothing but the utmost respect for him, and he'll be long remembered. So thank those that paid tribute to him. If you don't mind, I have several comments I'd just like to squeeze in here at all once, if I may.
Go for it, Kurt.
At this
Sorry, Kurt, I think you got muted there for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, I did. As part of North of Falcon, we always have problem fisheries and trying to find ways to go forward, and we always come up with patches to get us back on the water or attempt to get back on the water. And, I've come to the conclusion that the North of Falcon process at the state level is plainly broken, because by the time we get those patches identified, vetted, and to the tribes, the standard reaction is, we just don't have time to consider them for this year. And so we're constantly chasing our tail. And we need to figure out a way to become more proactive in those approaches and figure out a way to submit some of those ideas and potential patches to fishing problems well in advance to each North of Falcon, so that to undercut that argument from the tribes. And if we don't do that, we're just going to be constantly chasing our tail. And you and I can talk later about ideas on how to do that. I want to talk a little bit about the Snohomish Coho. My back of the envelope calculation shows we can have less than 10% impacts on them this year. And can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Kurt. Go ahead.
Okay. And the question is how are we going to use those impacts? And it seems to me that the competitors are going to be coho directed fisheries and pink directed fisheries. And given the no opportunities in the near terminal areas of the river, a significant portion of those are going to have to be used for pink opportunities, I would think, just in the interest of fairness. And that's that pitch. Moving on, I agree with Carl that the likely savings from fishing large profile lures is, well above 50%. And it makes it, everybody's experience who's gone out and done the on the water comparison of one rod with a plug and one rod with a flasher and spoon, constantly get that kind of reduction in shaker encounters. I feel pretty strongly that if we're going to use that tool, and as you know, I've advocated it for a number of years to do that we should use it in the summer fisheries as well. because we encounter shakers in the summer fisheries as well. And every reduction we can get in shaker encounters gives us more time on the water to use in either summer or winter fisheries. And broadly applying that tool, if it becomes a valuable tool, is just makes common sense to me. I'm a little disappointed that the test fisheries have not really begun collecting that data until just the last couple of weeks. It'd have been nice to have that in our pocket already. Given what the tribe's positions are, it'd be unlikely to be able to use that in 2021. And finally, as a game fish fisher that fishes the Still-Guamish a lot, I have to make my annual pitch for the cutthroat fisheries. The cutthroat of the Still-Guamish still continue to be the most robust anadromous fish population in the basin. The last 3 years I've kept careful records, and I can consistently average over 5 cutthroat to hand per hour, which is a pretty good catch rate, and it indicates the abundance of those fish. And so I just appreciate what you and Edward and others can do to facilitate those of us that enjoy that resource. And that's probably enough of my rambling for now.
Thanks, Kurt. Appreciate your words. I'm just going to do a couple of quick responses.
Sure.
I think Edward's a good example, and James is also working on it. James Losey from our Region 6. They've really been trying to tackle, Kurt, some of these kind of bigger fishing issues more on a regional scale. The co-managers within some of these basins have started more regular meetings to talk about science, to talk about how the fisheries are going. I think there's been some better engagement from the co-managers, just kind of more broadly, and I'm hopeful that that's going to lead to kind of better understandings and outcomes in the future. And now I totally forgot what the second point was I was going to make, but I remember. So the game fish questions, Kurt. I mean, Edward and I both recognize that. In fact, it was a topic of discussion amongst the co-managers yesterday in a co-manager meeting. And I said this to the tribes, and I'll say it again today. The state's pumped millions of dollars into monitoring recreational fisheries for at least a better part of 2 decades. And I don't want to say it's to the detriment of freshwater, but we've certainly not put nearly the resources towards freshwater monitoring. And I think that's one of the really big hangups with our co-managers is just we haven't had the monitoring there to help us understand what our impacts are. Now, as a fisherman, and I know the fish that you love to fish on, our impact is minimal. We know that, we can demonstrate that, but unfortunately we haven't collected that data to be able to present that and say it with certainty. And that's where we get hung up. So Edward and I are on.
Again,
go ahead.
Again, it's a matter of becoming proactive and trying to address some of those issues.
Yeah, and that's where I was just going to move to my next point is that we have a decision package in front of the legislature right now that we're really hopeful about that's going to start a freshwater monitoring program, a pilot program in Region 4 that we're hoping to expand on as much as we can in the future. So we're on it. James and Edward and I are kicking over couch cushions to find some money to get some boots on the ground and collect some data. So,
well, that's greatly appreciated. And if there's anything we can do at the local level to give you a hand, let me know. Just as an FYI, there is some freshwater monitoring. It was in a pink fishery on the Skagit in 2001, I think, where we had a creel census downstream of Cedar Woolley. And the estimate was that there was 100,000 pinks caught in that fishery and a total of 9 Chinook landed. And that was using, pink size gear, which gives you kind of the same kind of potential encounters that you might see in a cutthroat fishery.
We may have Andrew give you a call.
Okay, I'm always available. Thanks much, guys. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Kurt. So looking down the screen here, and staff help me out. Am I missing other questions or comments? Tori, go ahead.
So one thing I'd like to add, and I know it's kind of a long shot, but it goes back to the stilly. A lot of us would like to have a little more opportunity to fish the forks for salmon. And I know with, allocating the impacts and stuff, that's could be an issue, but figure it doesn't hurt to throw it out there, because there's, unfortunately, where we fish on the main stem, a lot of the fish fly through, and it'd be nice to be able to fish, in the forks and kind of have a little more opportunity and have a little more bank access. So figured I'd throw that out there.
Thanks, Tori. And again, I would just probably try to circle up with that. That's the same thing kind of that I was just talking about with Kurt. We feel good that if we can get some boots on the ground as far as creel monitoring on the river. I think there's also been some discussions in the regional level about increasing enforcement presence. I think all those things are going to help us get back on the river for opportunity. So thanks for that, Tori. Spencer, go right ahead.
Yeah, just a quick question. I had to step away for a bit, but I heard talk about a plug only or plug size for winter blackmouth and even potentially summer. But was there any talk about the herring or bait fishermen on that as well? Obviously, I know some smaller size gear makes sense, but I was curious about the herring going along with the plugs as well.
Yeah, I think we were strictly talking about salmon-directed fisheries, Chinook particularly, and we were basically, the discussion, Spencer, is about using those larger profile lures to try to reduce our subadult encounters in these fisheries. So that's really what we're talking about here. Obviously, I think I get what you're saying is we don't want to restrict it to the point where we're not allowing those bait fish fishermen to get what they need to. Am I correct about that?
Well, I think there's probably a huge majority, at least up here in the San Juans, that like to use herring as an option for fishing. Not fishing for herring, but using herring as an option for salmon. So
appreciate that. Any other questions or comments that we can answer for you today? Well, again, I really, really, really appreciate everybody's time today. Again, a big shout out to our staff throughout the department to get us this point today. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes with forecast and trying to bring all these presentations and slides and stuff together. I'm just kind of the poster boy out here doing all the talking. All the people that support this work are kind of the real heroes in this process. So thanks again to everybody for their work. I see one more hand raised there. Go ahead.
Yeah, so just for my own edification, this is my first time actually participating or being a part of North of Falcon in the meeting. With the current atmosphere with COVID, everything that's going on, and this being done over Zoom, with your experience, is this improving the amount of people that are participating in the meetings? And is this, because this I will just say as my own comment is, this makes things much easier to be able to participate in, in the conversation. Is this something that you guys are seeing as a positive, having it on Zoom like this and having people be able to participate this way, or? And if so, it would be great to consider this for future years.
Really, really, really appreciate that question. At one point today, when we were in the big meeting, I think I saw as many as over 150 people on the line. Now, I didn't have a good handle as to how many of those were staff members, but that's more people than I can remember attending one of our forecast meetings. And I've been doing this for a little over a decade. So I do think that this has been a very positive experience for the department. I see 73 participants on the line for this portion of our meeting. And again, I think that's way above kind of what we would normally get for a forecast meeting. I don't see how we go backwards as a department from here. I think maybe our challenge in the future would be to offer some sort of hybrid of in-person and virtual, but I don't know how easy that would be. I think that would make things way more difficult. I'm all in favor of providing these opportunities in the future, whether we do them separately or together. I think the virtual platform definitely allows us to reach a wider audience and hear a wider variety of voices than just those who can join us in an in-person meeting. So thanks so much for that question. I really appreciate that. And Bill, thanks for that comment in the chat. Bill also reminded us that there was a whole TVW audience out there too, as we were live streaming our meeting to them. So definitely, I think this is the kind of the new future for how we're going to conduct business. So thanks for the question. With that, I think we're going to wrap things up for today. Again, I really appreciate everybody's questions and comments. So great question from Herbert about the decision-making meeting. So our plan is, as I clicked through those meetings earlier, and Jake, if you want to go back a slide, we have our series of public meetings set. We're also going to be meeting every day in that final week, the 6th through the 9th and the 12th through the 15th of April. We'll be having daily meetings, probably on this Zoom platform, where we'll be giving you an update, going through model runs, taking questions and comments on the process and the potential fisheries. So look forward to that, and any participation in the future is welcomed. That's why we're here for. That's what we're here for. So thanks, everybody. With that, we're going to wrap it up for today. I hope everybody's safe and healthy, and we look forward to our next engagement together. Take care, everybody.